Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Allahumma salli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wasallam. Kita mulakan majlis kita pada pagi ini dengan bacaan Ummul Kitab Al-Fatihah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin sayyidina Muhammad wa ala sahbihi ajma'in. Ya Allah, Tuhan kami, muliakanlah perjumpaan kita pada pagi ini ya Allah. Berkatkanlah pertemuan kami ya Allah, tambahkanlah ilmu kami di dalamnya ya Allah. Letakkanlah kebaikan untuk kami, untuk seluruh umat di dalamnya ya Allah. Lindungilah kami dari segala keburukan dan kesilapan yang ada di dalamnya ya Allah. Amin ya rabbal alamin. Ya Allah, Tuhan kami, Kau bantulah umat Islam Palestin di mana-mana juga mereka berada ya Allah. Amin ya rabbal alamin. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Allahumma shalli ala sayyidina Muhammad. Alhamdulillah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan selamat pagi. A very good morning. First of all, I would to welcome all the our guests today, especially our invited guests, honored guests we have with us, our honorable speakers for our Perpetual Identity Putra Design Lecture Series Session 4. Today is the last session of the Design Lecture Series, and we have not least invited speakers of high caliber for our session this morning. We have with us Architect Hijjas, who is already don't need any introduction. Then we have Architect Sarly, Adre Sarkum. We also have with us this morning Mr. Lucas Lu from SEED. And last but not least, our convener for the whole lecture series and the exhibition we have in the gallery now, Architect Azim Aziz. So a warm welcome to you all. Thank you for being here this morning. My name is Zaki Jaafar. I am the head of Department of Architecture of Fakulti of Design and Architecture. And this morning the session will be handled by a moderator. We have invited Architect Rushdina. Okay. To introduce her, let me read from the long description we have with us. Right. Architect Rushdina Ismail is the principal architect of Rushdina Architect, director of ZKI Architects Sdn Bhd at Setiawangsa, Kuala Lumpur. She embarked on her architectural journey while still a student at the University of Technology Malaysia, delving into the field with several firms. Graduating in when did you graduate? 2005. Yeah, I lost the taxes. I should have brought my glasses. Okay. She honed her skills at established Malaysian firms such as TR Hamzah and Young, okay, and Architect MAA Sdn Bhd. A year before establishing her sole proprietorship firm, she earned her architect's license from Lembaga Architect Malaysia and became a corporate member of Pertubuhan Architect Malaysia, actively contributing to society as a council member for Pertubuhan Architect Malaysia from 2023 to 2024 and co-chairing committees like PAM's SCR committee and Constitutional Review Committee. Those are the committees she has been involved with. Okay. A member of United International Architecture and Children and CLAF, KLAF, educate engagement with Schools for Joy for creating and building for 100th years architecture celebration in Malaysia. Rushdina is dedicated to shaping the architectural landscape. She is a proponent of BEAM and sustainable development with a focus on inclusive design for diversity, for diverse communities, including those with disabilities. Renowned as an expert in commercial tourism, architecture and commercial tourism architecture, and an advocate for neurodiversity architecture. What is that? Wow. She brings innovation to her projects, often incorporating container-based designs that fuse tourism with sustainable living. Her extensive experience spans various projects, from commercial and public buildings to private residences, both locally and internationally. Currently, she spearheads multi-level container projects, aligning with her vision for sustainable development and futuristic living. Beyond her architectural endeavors, Rushdina is an engaging public speaker, a social media influencer in architectural circles, and a source of inspiration for budding architects. Offering valuable insights into ideation processes, simultaneously, she shares her knowledge as a part-time lecturer here in UPM, having taught at City University and presently for University Putra Malaysia for master students. In her quest for effective communication, she has taken on Mandarin as a major language of study with the aim of achieving HSK3 level proficiency. Her multifaceted career reflects a passionate commitment to architecture, education, and the pursuit of excellence in sustainable design. Living by the mantra, as an architect, I carry the phrase, architect as an attitude and creating people's attitude. Because architecture is the real behavior that leading peoples towards the better lifestyle. Without further ado, I invite Architect Rushdina. Please, a warm round of applause for her.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. It's quite a long introduction anyway. Thank you very much, Architect Zaki. Okay, Allahumma aftah alayna hikmataka wa shukr. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May the peace and blessing of Allah be upon all of us today. With gratitude in our hearts, we embrace another day filled with joy and happiness and bestowed upon us by the Almighty. Hello everyone. Welcome to the talk, sharing talk today. I'm happy to welcome to today's sharing talk session. Thank you for coming. 大家好，今天我很高兴，欢迎大家参加本次讲座。谢谢你们到来。Terima kasih kerana sudi menghadiri sesi perkongsian hari ini. Salam madani dari saya. Okay? Salam madani ya. Yeah, but Architect Hijjas said no include in politician. All right. Okay, today I'm so delighted to welcome you to the prestigious event, okay, which is known as Putra Design Lecture Series Session 4. This event is organized by ATSA Architects in line with their 31st anniversary celebration and hosted by one of the top Malaysia university, which is University Putra Malaysia. Congratulations on your anniversary, ATSA Architect. And congratulations too for UPM for recent successful accreditation. Ladies and gentlemen, okay, we are delighted to announce that actually this year, in 2023, we are celebrating the 100 years of anniversary architecture in Malaysia. Okay, as one of the proud listed sponsors, I can see from the poster there, which is Clough, has tirelessly organized a series of 100 events throughout the years to celebrate this significant occasion. So I firmly believe that this lecture series, 4 lecture series happening until today, is a valuable addition to the grand finale of our year-long celebration of 100 years of architecture in Malaysia. Give round of applause. Okay. I would love to thank you, the club director also. I'm not sure if he's here or not, Architect Zaini. Okay. And also congratulations, Architect Azim from ATSA for making Malaysia 100 year celebration remarkable. All right. Furthermore, before we start the session today, I would love to express my huge thank you, especially to UPM, Professor Madya, LRR Dr. Sohardi, okay, the Dean of Faculty of Design Architecture for making this through, and Professor Madya, Dr. Muhammad Fakri Zakri Jafar, thank you for the long introduction of me. He is the head of architecture department in UPM. And of course, Architect Mio, standing there, thank you for believing in me to moderate this event. You know, it's so shaking and my leg is so jelly because it's stars architect in front of me, you know the feeling, right? So, and then furthermore, my thank you also goes to the greatest speakers, okay, Mr. Lucas Lu from SID, Industries Chamber Heart. Our handsome with wedding dress attire pink color, Associate Professor A.R. Sarly Adre Sarkum from Sarly Adre Sarkum Architecture Chamber Heart. So handsome, okay. And our architect Hijjas Kasturi, enough Hijjas Kasturi, yeah? No problem. Okay, from Hijjas Architect and Planners. And of course, our architect Azim Aziz from ATSA Architects who making these things real. Okay, as you know, they are here to give their fair share valuable insights into the evolving trends in architecture and how each of them contribute to the notion of perpetual identity. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as today is a mark of the conclusion of the Perpetual Identity Design Series talk, which is series number 4, I would love to encourage all of you from now, okay, to have an active discussion and to prepare a lot of questions today, okay? Discussion afterwards to share your thoughts, ask questions, and contribute to the collective understanding of perpetual identity in architecture. We have loads of star architects today, so please do ask questions. Okay. Perpetual identity. Ladies and gentlemen, let me admit something first. When I assigned the role to become a moderator for this event, on this particular topic, actually, I admit that I was initially puzzled with the title. Okay, a myriad of thoughts raced through my mind, actually, seeking clarity and understanding. I was like, which part of my brain to unplug and to unlock, you know? And actually, the findings are kind of simple. Of course, yesterday my student said, Architect Dina, ChatGPT kan ada, something like that. So the ChatGPT also said that perpetual architecture, perpetual identity in architecture refers to the enduring essence and character of the building or structure that withstands the test of time, reflecting its purpose and cultural significance and historical context. Okay, so without further ado, let me introduce you to our first speaker of today, which is Mr. Lucas Lu. He is the founder and executive director of SID Industry. Okay? One person to recognize this and most importantly, act on it. Lucas Lu, who founded SID Build and SID Plan in 2017, based in Ipoh, Malaysia. These impact enterprises were born of the urgent need to accelerate the built environment towards the sustainable future, while SID Plan facilitates a bamboo supply chain that draws down carbon dioxide, restores degraded lands, and empower rural communities. SID Build turns the bamboo into durable structural materials, storing the carbon in the bamboo indefinitely. Lu's bamboo journey started with a resort he developed fully out of bamboo more than 8 years ago, where he worked with 2 orang asli around Hulu Langat, okay, the villages around Hulu Langat, Selangor, to harvest bamboo for the use of construction. He then decided to focus fully on bamboo as sustainable resource and started SID. Impact Enterprise Industries, which comprises SID Build and SID Plant, uses the renewable benefits of bamboo to tackle the sustainable crisis in the construction industry. Founded by Lucas Lu and Tong Hua Jie, the company restored degraded and land with bamboo agroforestry, trains indigenous communities to become its bamboo harvesting stewards, and turns the bamboo produced into building materials. Before this, Lucas ran a resort in Banting, Selangor that was constructed using bamboos. I think let's dive into his fascinating topic together, shall we? Let's welcome Mr. Lucas Lu. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for that introduction. It's really an honor to be speaking here today amidst the giants in the architectural world. I am not an architect, and I'm really just here to provide a solution for the built environment, which includes architects in Malaysia. And I won't go much into what we do in the company, but I'll tell you the story behind the purpose of what we do at SIAT. Can I have the next slide, please? SEED, or SIAT, stands for Stewards of Environmentally Aware Development. Our mission is to help the built environment transition from an extractive economy to a regenerative economy. Now, what is an extractive economy? An extractive economy is a zero-sum game. We exploit, we damage, we extract, and we deplete. And I'm not a person that's against development. I think development is absolutely necessary on a whole lot of levels. But I'm sure there's better ways of doing development. And so our job is to help, especially the built environment, which is a contributor of 40% of the greenhouse gas emissions in the world, to move away from just lowering our impact, but moving into a narrative where the more we develop, the better the climate and its people becomes. And that's what we mean by regenerative, a regenerative economy, whereby it's a non-zero-sum game, whereby the more we develop, the better the environment is. Can I get the next slide, please? Here's our regenerative plan for the built environment. Traditionally, if we use concrete or steel, that's all extractive. Now, timber is a fantastic renewable material, but is it really sustainable? Is it regenerative? That's a big question mark still. The reason why is because timber is often related to deforestation. And yes, there are ways to do forestry sustainably, but the economics within sustainable forestry for timber is not proving to be very strong. In other words, for you to cut down a tree and then trying to replant a tree, you have to wait 25 years. Or fast-growing timber species, 15 years. But what happens to carbon sequestration or even the ecosystem as a whole during those 15 years when you have to wait for the new tree to grow? Now, during that forest lifespan, when it's growing or when it's thriving, it may be sequestering, say, 15, maybe in some cases 20 metric tons of CO2 per hectare per year. What happens when we go and harvest that whole hectare of forest? Carbon sequestration goes down to zero if we clear fell that area, because the trees are no longer there. You know, the leaves are not doing its job. So first thing that happens, carbon sequestration rate drops down to zero, and then our torrential rain comes in Malaysia, and it washes off our topsoil. And then we have soil erosion, we have land or ecosystem degradation, and that's a pressing problem. I wonder if any of you followed the COP28 conference that just concluded lately. A lot of very exciting news. We finally signed on a plan for loss and damages, which is basically a way for developed countries to help with the developing countries or underdeveloped countries to weather our way through the upcoming climate crisis. That's exciting, but there was also a very pressing, almost depressing news. It seems like research is showing that within this decade, by year 2030, we are on a trajectory to going past a 1.5 degrees Celsius tipping point. What that means is 30% of all biological life is at threat. We can possibly lose all 30% of a biological life. That means microbes going extinct, animals, plants, not being able to survive this climate crisis. And it's a very pressing issue. But we shall not lose hope. There are amazing solutions out there. And what I'm going to share with you today is really just one of the solutions. And towards the end of this talk, I hope that it opens up your minds towards being very solution focused, as you guys, the built environment is a major agent of change. Now, our regenerative plan. Why bamboo? How many of you have dwelt into research into bamboo before? Can I just get a show of hands if you've went into some level of research or design stuff with bamboo before? Amazing. I think that's roughly about maybe a little less than 10% of you, but that's exciting enough. Now, if you've never learned about bamboo, please go and research on it after today. First of all, bamboo is not a tree, it's a grass. It's just a giant grass. It grows from a little shoot and it grows up to its full height in one season. And that can be somewhere between 6 months to 14 months. And that full height is 100 feet tall for some species. It grows out to the full height in full diameter. So unlike a tree grows as a small little sapling, a small tree, and then it grows in diameter. The bamboo goes in full size right away. After that, it waits for about 2-3 years for it to densify enough for us to consider it as a mature pole. And a mature pole is, the reason why we call it a mature pole is that it's reached its maximum strength capacity, at which that level we can consider it almost a timber. And I'll tell you a little bit more about some of the mechanical advantage of bamboo in a moment. So we know it grows really fast, but that's not the end of the story. Another really exciting thing about bamboo is that we can harvest bamboo just like the way you trim your lawn at your house. You cut down the weeds, and if you don't pull the roots out, rainy season comes and all of a sudden you see your weeds growing even faster and even stronger. They become even a bigger headache. Bamboo is the same thing. So what that means for us is that now we have a timber that we can harvest without even killing the plant. Not only are we not killing the plant, you're actually making it grow even more robust. So here's the game. Just now we were looking at timber, say 1 hectare of bamboo, tropical wood species, trees in the forest, sequestering 16 metric tons of CO2 per year per hectare. Cut down that forest, carbon sequestration rate goes down to 0. Now look at bamboo. Now bamboo typically, without cutting the bamboo down, the clumps of bamboo in a whole hectare would sequester somewhere around 20 metric tons of CO2 per year per hectare. 2020, we go and harvest selectively. It drops down to maybe 16 metric tons per hectare per year. You give it a couple weeks, couple months, it will go above the 20 metric tons. So there's nothing else in this world in terms of hardy woods, hardy plants that actually does this. So what we can actually do is, just by harvesting bamboo in the right way, we can up to triple the carbon sequestration rates of our natural bamboo forests. So can you start seeing how this is not a zero-sum game? The fact that we can harvest, we can extract and increase the metrics of carbon sequestration rate is mind-blowing. There's nothing else in this world that does this. It doesn't end there. Bamboo is, back to that same slide. Here's our regeneration plan. So we don't want to end there, but because another superpower that bamboo has is its ability to thrive on heavily degraded lands. Perak, where I'm from, a small town called Ipoh, is developed as a town because of the tin mining industry. We have hundreds of hectares of ex-tin mining lands, out of which 30,000 hectares of these ex-tin mining lands until today is still disused. The state is scratching their head. How do we make better use of this asset? But no one really wants to use it because it's degraded. You know, you try to plant crops on it, it doesn't grow very well. Now we could employ bamboo in an agroforestry matrix, which is just a fancy word for planting bamboo together with all the other different plants so that they all work together to regenerate the land. in an agroforestry matrix to revive these degraded landscapes. So now, what that means is if this bamboo goes into the built environment, if we start building structures out of bamboo, in whatever forms, round pole bamboo or grid shells or mass timber bamboo, we can start having the built environment have a narrative whereby the more we build, the more degraded lands get restored. How beautiful is that? And that is essentially our regenerative plan. But it doesn't stop there also. It doesn't stop with ecosystems. I think the case in our situation in terms of this facing climate change is that we need the world more than the world needs us. And so it's not just about the ecosystem, it is about the people. Land degradation ultimately ends up in the degradation of socio-economic metrics. What that means is you find that in a degraded landscape, you'll have a lot of poor people. Because first of all, very simply put, you can't even do agriculture on it. You can't do it in a sense that is low inputs, high yield. You need high inputs to achieve some level of yield. And so if you don't have a lot of resource, that's a very difficult thing to do. And so we have a lot of B40 communities around these degraded lands. And our model around this agroforestry, bamboo-based agroforestry plan, which we call the Center of Resilient Ecosystems, is to restore these lands and then carve them out into smallholder plots for local communities to then come in and harvest the bamboo and manage the landscape under our supervision, and so that we can have high quality regenerative bamboo to be delivered into the built environment. Next slide. So we know that bamboo is regenerative, that harvesting can stimulate faster growth, more robust, resilient clumps of bamboo, increasing carbon sequestration rates. And the act of taking that bamboo out of its normal natural carbon cycle and storing that carbon into the built environment, which is a more permanent form of carbon sink, that is what people call a permanent storage of carbon, aka carbon sinking. And so now the built environment has a non-depleting narrative, it has a regenerative narrative, it has a socio-economic narrative, and it has a narrative of the building acting as a storage of carbon instead of an emission of carbon. Now, if you don't yet, if this is not sink into you yet, please keep that as a mental note. Go home and do the research and find out how mind-blowing these factors are. Next slide. Now, another thing is, all right, so we know it's sustainable, we know it's regenerative, but hey, is it practical if we build out of bamboo? Again, don't take my numbers for granted. Go home and do your own research and find out how amazing bamboo is as a structural material. Pound for pound, comparable tensile strength to metal, to mild steel. So axial tension strength, some of our species locally in Malaysia, we are gifted with very high tensile strength bamboo. It's been tested up to 157 Newton per millimeter square. It has amazing MOE, modulus of elasticity, and it has amazing compressive strength also. A 4-inch pole, some of the bamboos that you see out there in one of our installations together with ATSA, a 4-inch bamboo pole, you can slam 8 tons on it and it won't sweat. That's how amazing bamboo is. Next slide. But is it durable? Now, one major comparison difference between organic materials and inorganic materials like metal is that organic materials are designed by nature to decompose and to degrade over time. So the big question mark for bamboo is, okay, you're strong, but are you going to last? Is your strength going to maintain? Now, first of all, we all know bamboo timber is susceptible to pest infestation. We have termites, we have powder post beetles, all sorts of things, fungal growth that can deteriorate the material. And it's very true in the case of bamboo. Bamboo doesn't last very long at all, you know, compared to your hardwood timbers with all the little toxins that it's already accumulated within its body, like Chengal timber, through the many hundreds of years. It's got copper, heavy metals accumulated in the timber. Bamboo doesn't have that because why? Bamboo only took 3 years for it to become from a little shoot into a viable structural material. So within 3 years, it doesn't have a whole lot of time to suck up all that kind of heavy metals. So it's naturally not durable. So if you don't treat the bamboo, you go and build a bamboo house with it, you'll be lucky if it lasts 2-3 years. Because it doesn't have the toxins in its body. But this is not a problem. We have treatment solutions. And so, for example, in our case, in Malaysia, we use one of the most environmentally friendly treatment solutions available, which is essentially this mineral salt called boron. And the mineral salt, this boron, is just 1.5 times the toxicity of your table salt. So literally, in the past, we used to preserve bread with boron. Now, what this boron does is that it's incredibly effective against powder post beetles and termites. And its effectivity is permanent, it's forever, as long as the boron is still in the bamboo. One catch is boron is a water leachable treatment. What that means is if water is allowed to go through the fibers, the boron compound can leave together with the water. And so then we need to design around this problem and make sure water doesn't just flow through the bamboo. So we could make bamboo durable. It's just a matter of how and what solutions we employ. Next slide, please. So bamboo is amazingly sustainable. It is amazingly strong, and it can be durable. Why on earth is bamboo not a mainstream material today? There's got to be a reason. And yes, it is very difficult to push bamboo forward. Bamboo didn't really come into the picture of like mainstream materials until just around 20 years ago, when all of a sudden we are faced with this climate challenge. And the United Nations Food and Agricultural Organization pumped millions of dollars into this direction of research to push forward a sustainable solution. And as we all know, construction materials, not easy to get to mainstream. Metal alone took 100 years to become standardized. Concrete took a lot of years too. And so bamboo, in some ways, is still in its infancy. Until today, even timber structures, we don't have a building code in Malaysia for it. So everything is case by case. Same story with bamboo. So approvals, quite often difficult to get because you have to prove your case. Nonetheless, to your comfort, so far we've already had 4 bamboo structures that's fully approved by council. So it's not impossible. Engineering standards take time to develop, but we already also, another good news is we now have one of the newest ISO standards that actually is very easily recognizable. And one of the things that we're doing next year is to try to get an MS standard added in front of this ISO standard so that it's easier for us to push through in Malaysia. So if you want to take note, it is ISO 22156 2021. It was actually published 2 years ago. Craftsmanship. One problem with organic structures is that you need a lot of craftsmanship, and unfortunately in Malaysia it is a dying trade. But there are also solutions around this. We can come up with joineries and construction systems that can make do with less craftsmanship dependency. And so there are solutions to all this. Irregularities, a pole of bamboo, if you're talking about a round pole bamboo, is completely organic. There's not a single pole that is completely straight. and they taper, and the wall thickness changes throughout its length. And so it is quite a craftsman-oriented material. Then again, we have construction systems that can solve these problems. Speed is technically not a problem because of the strength to weight ratio. Quite often, bamboo structures is a lot faster to build than conventional materials. And also key contractor risk. There's not a whole lot of contractors in Malaysia, but we're building that up already. And so naturally, if you're a developer and you're thinking, wait, if I build a bamboo structure for my sales gallery, what if Seed goes bankrupt tomorrow? Who else is going to come and build my structure? So we're all trying to solve this problem for the Malaysian landscape especially. And we now have a whole panel of contractors that can build with bamboo. And in fact, for example, we're currently working on a project for YTL. The whole project is built by their main con. So we're making it viable. So can it be viable? Yes, if we find creative solutions around it. Next slide. And if we could find solutions around it, there'll be a lot of amazing things we can do. And Seed Build is here to help. We are not an architecture firm. We are a bamboo specialist here to serve you. And we depend on you to design more bamboo structures, and they don't have to be bamboo structures. They can be bamboo complementing your main structural components as your trusses, your awnings, your screens, and whatnot. And that's our job. We're here to help deliver solutions so that we have pragmatic ways to employ bamboo in a beautiful way. And especially in a sustainable way, not just sustainable, but regenerative. Next slide. And we can do all this. These are the amazing things that we can achieve. These are some of the projects that we've built in Malaysia. And we'll just quickly skim through them. This is a structure we've built in Ipoh called Teja Luna. It's within a limestone valley with a cave, of which next year we plan to have a little architectural event being hosted there. Some of its pictures. Next slide. This was built in a resort called Tadom. This is a full structural bridge built for CHYA architects. It's in Cal Gateway. It doesn't span very long. It's just, I think, if I'm not mistaken, 26 feet. But after we built the structure, there was an engineer that came on and did an analysis of it, and we found out that this pedestrian bridge can take 13 metric tons of safe working load. So incredibly strong. If you're curious, what did we form with that arch up there? It's a lamination technology that we borrowed and we adapted from a Canadian lamination technology called nail laminated timber, and this technology we call it nail laminated bamboo, NLB. Some other images of the bridge. Small structures, gazebos. Next. And even little pavilions and art installations. We built this in, if any one of you know Burning Man in Nevada in America. So we shipped all this bamboo over there. And what's interesting is we did a carbon calculation, and even after incurring all the shipping emissions and all the manufacturing emissions and everything else, this whole project was still negative 8.5 metric tons CO2 equivalent in terms of its carbon footprint. And this is the power of bamboo. Thank you.
Alhamdulillah. Thank you very much, Mr. Lucas, for your insightful and fruitful talk today. I believe bamboo, also called buloh, is actually not an alien word, to Malaysian. Okay, because we also grown up with the proverb of meluntur buluh biarlah dari rebungnya, isn't it? So I believe that it was so delightful, Mr. Lucas, the integration of the bamboo in Malaysia architecture is not only help to promote sustainability, and it is a local craftsmanship by itself, but it's also a cultural identity. So thank you, Mr. Lucas, again for an eye-opener and something to think about in our future identity of Malaysia. Okay, while waiting for our handsome architect to prepare, hopefully not for a wedding. Okay, so I think I remember using bulo, using bamboo when I visit in Hong Kong. Okay, they are using the bamboo tremendously, especially for the construction, and they use it for the scaffolding to strengthen the building, etc. So I think it is quite good things to explore. Especially I saw lots of students here, so it's kind of materials that we can explore with. And I always tell my students that actually we have to think about materials when we design. Not only plans, not only ideation, but without the material we don't understand how to construct. It may be only a theoretical, it's not doable, it's not buildable. So I hope that our speaker next ready. So let me introduce you to our next speaker. Ready? Right. Our Associate Professor, Architect Sarly Adre Sarkum. Associate Professor, Architect Sarly is actually as an architecture futurist, sustainability proponent and design activist. He founded the hybrid architectural design firm, SA2, or Sarly Adre Sarkum Architectures in Berhad, which combines cutting-edge architectural design solution with extensive research-based explorative approach to solve challenging integrated design problems. The firm has won several international competitions and represented the country in several world-class exhibitions. He is currently a past president of council member in Malaysia, Green Building Council, which is under the auspice of the World Green Building Council. He was also the deputy president of Putra Architect Malaysia, of course, same line with me. He is currently a GBI facilitator, previously one of the accreditation panel for the GBI Green Rating Tools. He was the editor-in-chief for Architecture Malaysia magazine, which is the premier architecture journal for the Malaysian Institute of Architects. He holds 2 degrees in architecture, one from University of Liverpool, UK, and the other from University of Science, Malaysia. Currently, he is the academic advisor to the Master of Green Architecture in University Technology Mara. UM has also appointed him as the Associate Professor Industry for the university. Currently, he is coordinating the 3 niche labs for the final year for the UM Master Architecture program, namely Green and Sustainable Architecture Lab, Urban and Community Architecture Lab, and Heritage and Conversation Architecture Lab. So without further ado, let's welcome Architect Sarly on the stage. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to all. Thank you, Dina, for such a wonderful introduction. A bit of a correction. I think bukan pasal handsome, okay lah kot. Tapi the whole get up, yes, I'm actually past president for the Malaysian Institute of Architects, and that's what worried my wife, because the PAM president is getting married tomorrow. So say, you pergi talk ke getting married? So jokes aside, thank you so much UPM ATSA for inviting me today to present a bit of my thoughts about this perpetual identity, the Malaysian identity as well. Next please. I think this is a wonderful event that has wants to put Malaysian architectural identity in the forefront. Yeah, I think this sketch is by Zul. And terbaik. Next. So, but when world asks for Malaysian architecture, I think this is what we produced in 2010 during the Shanghai World Expo. Yeah. So many architects were very angry that A. Because first and foremost, it was not designed by an architect, and that this represented Malaysia as the so like pinnacle. Yeah, if you compare with the other pavilions in that year, you know, the British Seat Pavilion by Heatherwick and all that, it's like malulah juga, kan? But throughout the years, we have improved. But whether this, in the eyes of the people, is Malaysian architecture, that is the thing that we need to actually ask. Yeah. Next. My topic today is the Malaysian architecture as a meme, because at the end of the day, architects are only human, and they are distracted by a lot of new trends, new ideologies, new ways of working, whether or not those ways of working are in line with what really is the soul of that particular context and history. Next. And a lot of time, our training, we tend to look at very superficial solutions. We don't look at the root cause of the solution, because we have had this debate about national identity in architecture for so long, but why it's still an ongoing thing? Why can't we solve it? So there must be an endemic root cause to actually to cause this thing to be a problem, actually. And next, we were on the right step, right? This last time taken from a very old film. Architects were given the forefront. I think this was actually filmed in Encik Hijjas's office last time, long time ago. Yeah, I think before I was born even. So the idea of identity, of building correctly, was instilled in everybody, even during that time. And that was the whole idea between in the 70s and 80s, where the whole industry, the whole architecture fraternity was really looking hard at identity. Next. And were we on the right track? This is the Bank Bumi headquarters, now Bank Bumi Commerce. Yeah. So what they did was, in the banking hall, they put actually a big representation of Malay house, technically, onto the banking hall. Whether it is right typologically, because all our architecture is of a certain typology. Houses are not meant to be large and whatnot. So it spurred a large debate on whether appropriateness is there. But why have I linked this to a meme? Yeah? Next. And for the younger generation, Generation Alpha here, memes are normal. But what is a meme? Yeah? And how are they relevant to architecture? So a meme is actually an element of culture, system of behavior passed down from one individual to another by imitation or you're forwarding. By non-genetic means that it's a cultural thing. Yeah, so that's why when memes become viral on the internet, that's why the terminology is used. Yeah, now we synonymously think of it as something that is viral on the internet. Next. So how do these ideas transfer from one another? From all of us, we are now actually every day billions of transactions of ideas happening on your phones, on your personal messages, on your social media to each other, and this creates a collective whole. This collective intelligence is what is the personality of, or the perception of what Malaysia is, and the collective decision for all of us. Yeah. Next, we live in a world of social norms and perceptions. We are a collective society. So society decides what is right. Yeah. This book by The Emerging Consensus in Social Systems Theory by Kenneth Bauch. It talks a lot about sociology and how society functions, actually. Next. And society defines us. Our way that we dress, the way that we, what is right to build, what is right to design, actually is not determined by a singular fellow, but by a holistic thing. If you have seen the Fountainhead, you will know that this big debate between individualism. Ayn Rand's Fountainhead always talks about between individualism and, of course, the greater need of everybody. But unfortunately, the more that we are interlinked with modern technology, the more we become a societal whole. Next. And perhaps nowadays, our values change. From those days, things that might be normal in the media, normal behavior, like for example, liquor advertisements used to be normal, but now we know that it societally is not correct. So it's not there anymore. And on the left is a very famous scene from a Piramli film, Ibu Mertuaku, where Kasim Slamat actually lost all his money horse racing. But if you look at the TV version now, this scene was cut out, yeah, because it's deemed to be sensitive. So the norms of the previous generation might not be the norms of our generation now, and it has changed. Last time I still remember my mother, who used to be a teacher in Pasar Road School in KL. All the teachers wore miniskirts. Now I don't think even the young people were allowed to wear miniskirts. So there's a generational shift, value shift as well. Next. So when we talk about society, we define it as a group of people that lives in a geographical area and with the same kind of thinking, yeah. And roughly, although there are differences between all of us, there are similarities and values that we hold dear, and we, as a baseline, to make our society function. What is right, what is wrong, what is polite, what is not. Next. And we are governed by all this social consensus, yeah. And I think this is where whether the social consensus applies to architecture, and of course it does. What the masses think architecture is the consensus of what Malaysian architecture is, and therein I think is the problem, because social consensus is about democracy, and we, maybe a small portion of the whole, although a lot of us are architects here or more knowledgeable and whatnot, but we are a very small minority in a large majority of people who might not understand what architecture truly means. Next. And of course, there is a lot of discussion where democracy is real democracy, pure democracy is good or bad. There are slight references here for those who are in the know, perhaps the younger generation, they will know these people that we are showing. Yeah? Next, democracy index. If you look at Malaysia, we are what they say as a flawed democracy. That is not flawed actually. That is the not so kind way of saying that we have a guided democracy, yeah, yang beraja dan sebagainya. Next, but even in the West, this is a quote by Noah Webster. Pure democracy is generally very bad government. It's often most tyrannical government on earth. For multitude is often rash and will not hear reason, because what a pure democracy is actually mob rule, right? Whatever the mob says is right, is right. And that spawned satire, criticism, like films like next, like Idiocracy. If you have seen this film in 2005, it's very interesting. Next, it tells a story about this guy who actually undergoes a sort of like suspended animation. And he was selected because he's the most average person around, yeah. And he's supposed to represent like a 1 year sleep, like suspended animation just for the military to test. But he ended up being in suspended animation with a girl for 500 years, And what happened was, when he woke up, he found a world where he was the smartest man alive, because the average human intelligence went downhill so fast that he was the smartest guy around, and it was all kinds of actually social commentary on things like pollution, like politics. There was a very famous, if you know Terry Crews, he became very famous with the role of President Comancho. It's like the president's speech is like a WWE wrestling top down, and the whole movie is this big satire on the American way of doing things. Next, but disturbingly, the research that other universities later did some researchers that actually corroborated that there was a global drop in IQ, and that the trend, if not looked at, may result in a similar situation. Yeah. And next, and recently the American public mentioned Idiocracy is not a movie or satire. It might be a documentary, because they had people storming the Capitol, acting in a very to them it was democratic. So the idea of democracy has been thrown around. Everybody is democratic. The people who went here is democratic. The people who said don't go here, don't. So what is democracy? Next, and the idea of what is right in terms of intelligence is also, as you well know, in these past few years, there are many things that you sometimes even very well learned professionals, professors, PhD holders, thinking on and saying things that are very unscientific or unbiased. Yeah. Next. The core thing is, I think there is a big difference between education and intelligence, between common sense and what is right, and maybe that is what we call wisdom. Next. And if you look at the big problem that I mentioned just now, when we live in a democratic society, the traditional way that we have been making decisions, even here in Malaysia, has not been a pure democracy. It has always come from a select group of people who actually made the major decisions. Yeah, it's rulers, privileged, architects, people who are in the halls of power, and below the societal line we have the masses, the public. Now, in a democratized society, the public actually makes a decision. You can even especially enable with our current technology, whereby you can vote for all kinds of things. Even nowadays, in the universities, you want to cancel your class, you can vote using your WhatsApp or Telegram, right? Last time, if there's no way you're going to do that, because those days there was no enabling technology to do that. Your lecturer said, yes, class, there's class, by hook or by crook. Yeah? And next. And a lot of Malaysians, when they show people good architecture in Malaysia, they show KLCC and whatnot, they show, as an example, and I'm talking about the general public, they forget that this is not a democratic building. It was not the result of consensus voting and whatnot. It was a very select group of people that actually agreed to do it, and perhaps only one person that actually really wanted to do it, and it became a landmark for the whole country. So that bodes the idea whether, coming back to that idea of, are we ready for being a pure democracy? Next. And I think looking at the number of years, this is how I look at it. Although people look at China as a great civilization, but the People's Republic of China is very young, actually. It's the same age as us. Yeah. Although the US is slightly older. Next. And fun fact, yeah, not many people know that this is the Republic of China's flag in 1912. Every time I show this flag to people, they will say, "Oh, is this LGBTQ?" But it is actually historically fun fact. Next. The average lifespan of a civilization is about 336 years. Yeah. So and these civilizations do have a cycle. They start and restart. That's what was happening in China and whatnot, in Japan, in Europe, and yeah. And some of the longest living civilizations were the ones that were very ancient, because those days revolutions became slower because lack of technology. Today, a revolution can come in a day because word spread instantaneously. Next. And where we look at countries, as I mentioned, we are young. Yeah, we are like a teenager. When our collective mindset, our consensus is like a teenager, we tend to have a teenager mindset. We tend to be very explorative, tend to want to explore, we think that we know better than our parents. That's the typical thing about teenagers, right? They say, hey, we know. Same like anybody who's a parent will know that teenagers will always think that they know everything. But the big problem is that when you put such power as determining the direction of a country, or determining the direction of something as important as architecture, in the hands of pure democratic society, there is a danger. Yeah. Next. When we look at societies that are not mature enough, democracy can be akin to like a weapon. If you give a weapon to a child or a teenager, it becomes something that is dangerous. But if you give it to an adult, somebody who knows the danger of the tool and the usefulness of the tool, it becomes something that is very, very useful. And I think that is the metaphorical junction where we are at now. Yeah, at what level can we give this decision of identity to wholly the people, or will we need to be guided in some way? Next. And I think as young countries, we've always been guided by what I would call as benevolent dictators. They are our leaders who are actually there are many critics among this region that would call them very dictatorial in their way of managing. But our countries in this region, Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, would be very difficult to be where we are without these type of leaders. Again, when a country is very young, perhaps you need a stronger hand to actually move it forward. And how does this relate to our big picture? Next, because we live in a society of viral influences. People want to get attention. Attention is the new currency. You know this girl, right? She actually climbed the 118 tower and became instantly famous. And it's not because she wants glamour, but it's a source of income for her. Next. Because if you don't know, many people nowadays want to become influencers, want to work on the internet, because it is far easier for someone who knows how to do it to actually achieve a much better income. Say a Part 2 architect who has a master's can earn like 4,500, say, from an employer, or 5,000 ringgit. But if they are doing some online business or YouTube properly, they could earn a lot more. So which one would you spend 5 years in architecture school, or you would become an influencer? So that is the threat, not just for architecture, but for all professions, for all. This is the new threat for all of us. This is if you don't know, Shami Shazli is a content creator that creates like funny videos. It's very simple funny videos, but you will be surprised that the earnings is like hundreds of thousands per month. Yeah. Next. And these are some of the data, and this is the only based on their data from YouTube only. That means what YouTube pays them. It's not inclusive or sponsorship from brands and whatnot. So this is the world we live in now. Yeah. Next. And many young people aspire to be this person on YouTube, which is Mr. Beast. I'm sure many of you are followers of his channel because he has like many followers, and his annual income is actually 82 million USD, which is like 300. That means every month in Malaysian ringgit he will earn 32 million from YouTube. The world that we work, the world that we live in, is geared towards that, and influence has become the currency that everybody uses. Next, even people who are waging war now wage war on the internet for your attention and for your support, actually, because your support will actually mean their government support and whatnot. So the recent war in Gaza, the Ukraine Russia conflict, all played out superbly in the internet. They have their whole teams of people working to do this. Yeah. Next, and of course, our worry is that as the generations come on, as we grow into more modern society and all that, we have more income, but what are we spending it? Are we enriching our culture? Or recently there was a Coldplay concert, the whole stadium was bought out. The prices of the ticket is not cheap. Yeah, it's 2,200 over to 3,000. I have some people who I know who goes here, but who actually struggle to pay for a lecture of 50 ringgit. But they can see Coldplay for 300 at least. I don't want to mention people's names, but yeah. Next, the whole stadium was filled with people, and these are the generation or the people that will actually make your decision on what is Malaysian architecture, and therein lies the problem. Next, how many people actually read articles like this, which came out in Edge Property by one of our past president? Why Malaysian architecture doesn't have suffer? Why doesn't it talks about Malaysian architecture, Noguchi syndrome? But how many people actually read it? How many people are engaged in that conversation, as opposed to people going to a Coldplay concert, for example? Next, yeah, and if you ask AI, what is British architecture? You can type in, this is using DALI, which is a free, DALI 3, which is linked to now if you don't know ChatGPT, DALI and all that is owned by Microsoft. So in your Microsoft Microsoft Edge, you can actually type in things to generate images like this. So you can just type in generate picture, or sorry, bad spelling there, generate picture of what British architecture would look like. And it can accurately look at, give you images like, of buildings in Britain and in London, like the Shard, the Gherkin, and some of the Old Bailey and Big Ben and stuff. Next, and if you type in what is American architecture would look like, you can the AI will generate something very New York. You can see the Chrysler Building, Empire State, things like maybe very Gothic-like skyscrapers akin to New York. But next. But what if you ask them to generate a picture of what Malaysian architecture would look like? This is what it comes out. A very weird kind of mash-up of... I'm sure some of the students here would have tried this because they want to do fast work, right? but this is what comes out. And this is a problem, a big problem. Next. Because this is what the world thinks that Malaysian architecture is, and I tell you why. Next, because how AI works is that it's machine learning. It's not intelligent actually. It's just you feed it a bunch of data, and it learns from that data what is that thing. Say it learns from the data. If it's a chair, what is a chair? To produce a picture of a chair. So you're repeating that thing so many times. So the data that have been fed is from all over the internet. Yeah. Next. So using, if any one of you knows stable diffusion and all that, diffusion is actually a repetition of data and modification of data to actually come up with something. So the problem is that if you look at the images of Malaysian architecture, you don't feel right, that means the whole collective information in the internet about Malaysian architecture is not right. When it's fed into the AI, it turns out that. So that is very worrying, and that is something that you should think about. Yeah. Okay, next. Next. Ini. Next. I think this is yeah. But I think we also have an issue when our education now goes so much into STEM, science and technology, that we have not been looking back into history and the something like ethics, philosophy. All those perhaps is more important to have wisdom than to have, because at the end of the day, your AI can do a lot of the scientific work, but can they provide the wisdom? Next. Imagine, how would our society learn about places like this? I have a friend who mentioned, hey, I only know of this place from TripAdvisor. So he has never heard of the building, nor the importance or the significance. Only when going on a holiday, looking at TripAdvisor, only then they know. So that is the level of exposure average Malaysian has on architecture. Next. And imagine if we have a national competition like this recent competition about our identity in Malaysia, which all our great judges are here, Hijjas, Azim, and whatnot. Imagine if this was a public competition judged by the public. How would the outcome be different from judged by our eminent architects? So that's some thoughts to be thought about there, yeah. And maybe if that competition were to be judged by the public, we will still get this, because in the public's mind, this is it, yeah. Okay, next. Just a bit of time, maybe like 2-3 more minutes. It's disappointing. So what shall we do? Actually, we need to change society. Next. And I think the green movement has done a lot of inroads to actually give awareness about climate change. Even though it's very uphill climb, but we need a similar approach. Next. Stop being elitist about. These are some of the suggestions. Stop being elitist and teach the general masses about architecture. A lot of times we hold talks. We are very far away from the actual people who actually go to Gagavanza, for example, or the ones that are actually using the buildings. We are detached. Yeah. Next. But there are people who actually do well, and and I think one of the best examples is this guy Biake. I think he communicates architecture to the masses so well, and that has made him super famous. Next. Before him, I think there was very little architectural diagrams. I think young students here today don't remember a time when there was not a Biak style diagram. Now everybody uses it. But prior to him, there was no diagram. There was no diagrammatic way of showing things. Yeah. And next, he actually made his manifesto and his firm's CV into a comic book, so that the masses can read. Next. It actually explains difficult buildings like the mountain dwelling, which made him famous, in steps that were very easy. But if you just look at the building, it's very difficult to look how it was developed. But by just using these diagrams, it made it very easy. Next, just a short clip of how this communication is actually happening. So even he's speaking in his native language, but even without the hearing what they are saying, you know that he is showing roots, he is showing the density of the building and whatnot. And more excitingly, that he attracts people to join the firm that are of a similar mindset. I'm going to show you one application of a CV for the students. The CV of this person who actually wanted to join Biake's firm. His name is Etain from France, and he got selected because of this wonderful CV. Next. Quite skip leh. So instead of giving a normal CV, he did a rap video for his CV. And this became a viral sensation 7 years ago. Yeah. So why I am showing this is that I think to reach the masses, you need to really think out of the box and to present architecture in a way that is easier to digest and more approachable, rather than it being such an intellectual pursuit. Because at the end of the day, the end user is a normal person, and a normal person who is living in this age of multimedia, living in this age of computerization, living in this age of AI. So how do you actually have that connection rather than the disconnection that we all have right now? Yeah. 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 Because this was one of the things that was shown in the, you know, in their perspective, in their manifesto for Biake's firm. So, okay, next. I think we need to make traditional architecture cool again. Traditional architecture is actually very cool, but we need to use the tools that we have today to actually make it cool. Next. Like for example, I recently posted this turning lights cartoon sketch of the kampung house into AI by coloring it up. This is how powerful AI is by the way now. The next, it will shift where sketching will become very important. So very apt for UPM to do the sketching workshop, because AI will interpret your sketch and do the building. Yeah. But if you don't know how to sketch, sorry, difficult. Next, communicate conservation efforts to all levels of society. Sometimes conservation efforts, like the blue mentioned here, showed a bit of a high end because of the cost involved. But I think it should be open to all. So if you have more street level, or I think like B40 type or M40 type of efforts, it will be much better. Next. And back to the basics of materiality, focus, because less focus on snazzy. This is a interior of our friend Mashirin's kapas. It's very simple, but it's a very well done, very well detailed, and very smart and cost effective. So back to basics, but looking at good material so that people understand what good materiality is. You don't need all these flashy materials to actually, or foreign materials to actually do good architecture. Next, and for the schools, less use of Pinterest. It's the bane of the architecture schools, because the architecture schools now become like a rojak, because they are training students to become AI. Copy, rojak. But they are not, like, it's like you are training people to become DJ because you remix, right? You don't train people to compose. But you are expected to compose music, compose architecture. Next. And I think that's is my second last slide. Most importantly, I think to enable future architecture to be better, it starts at home, to teach our children the right values, to teach our students the right values. Because with that right values, knowing what is right and wrong will make better people, and better people will make better decisions. Yeah. And with that, to my last slide, thank you for all for listening, for a better Malaysia and better tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Architect Sarly, for such unique input in order to understand about identity architecture in Architecture Malaysia. Something to dig on, something to study on, which is democracy versus architecture. Yes. And I think I would love to share also because of this current situation. Yeah, we are living now in this Instagrammable world. Anyway, so everything has to be captured by phone. And I would love to share, I am one of the convener of the club for engaging with the kids, schools. So to be short that 50%, when I ask this question, what you will become one day, 50% of it answering YouTubers, TikTokers, you know, that kind of thing. So we are living in the kind of the world. So we have to have some eye opener. So in order to make our architecture sustain and of course our identity sustain. Okay, I want to make some housekeeping announcement. Okay, number one is about the registration of this event, which we have a QR code at the back of the stage. And then there will be a lunch break provide for you all at the at the down staircase there at the foyer there. So I think you guys can have lunch after this. Okay, I think without further ado, are we ready? All right. Anyway, this morning when I come early, I have a very nice round table chinwag. I mean, with architect Hijjas, and all those architects. And I think it's a very, even though it's 15 minutes, I think their words and every single word is like the golden and diamond for me to pick up, rushly to pick up from them. So I think without wasting more time, I would love to introduce you for today's speakers. The next speaker is actually Architect Hijjas Kasturi. Okay, Architect Hijjas Kasturi, which is this morning, I just know that possesses 5 numbers of PhDs on his own. It's very jaw-dropping. Wow. Okay. Hijjas was born in Singapore in 1936, before it achieved independence from Malaysia. He was training as a draftsman before, winning a scholarship to study in Australia, where he graduated as an architect and urban planner. He just briefly worked as an architect and a planner with Singapore's Housing Development Board before returning to Malaysia to teach at the Mara University Technology, where he established the School of Arts and Architecture and the first professional architecture degree program. He later founded his own award-winning practice, Hijjas Kasturi Associates Berhad, now known as Hijjas Architects and Planners, and run by his daughter, Sarina Hijjas, also well known. While officially retired, the octogenarians, new words for me, octogenarian special for architecture, Kelly hasn't won at the last, and he often starts his days catching. He also guest lectured at the institution he founded, works on occasional projects, and remained as a consultant from the school. Hijjas Kasturi, furthermore, define modern Malaysian architecture by imbuing modernism with cultural identity, the of buildings in post-independent Malaysia. Widely acknowledged as the father of Malaysian architecture, Hijjas is credited for some of the most iconic buildings in the country, including the bank, Company Tabung Haji, the Menara Maybank, and Menara Telekom. So without further ado, let's welcome our architect Hijjas to the floor. Thank you.
Thank you for that introduction. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. and good morning to you all. I'm actually very excited to be here today and to share with you my knowledge in architecture all these years. And I'm also very pleased to see some of my friends here, especially Hajida, the founder of this School of Architecture, joining me today, and some of my ex-staff as well as my ex-students, they are here. I'm fortunate for that. You know, just now, architect Sarly has laid the foundations of social history of Malaysia, and it's easy for me to follow through. But what I'm going to speak to you, I think is very important, and pick up what you think is relevant and can be useful to you. I'm sure that a lot of it is very useful, perhaps showing you the way how to go about in achieving identity of Malaysian architecture. This is my take. You may accept that or you may reject that, but have an open mind and eyes to look at it. I was fortunate in a way that I discovered the identity very much when I was still in third year. In my third year, when I got the scholarships, you know, it is the only scholarship at that time in Singapore. Singapore is not like Malaysia, you got thousands of scholarships. In Malaysia, there's only one or at the most two, and they're not many. So I was fortunate to get that. Having got that, I know what it's all about. When I went for my education in Australia, it's not only education that you're looking for, or to get a career in architecture, but the whole kind of education. And I was very fortunate. I learned about classical appreciation of classical arts, classical music, you know, ballet that I never heard of before in my life. That's what I do. And also learning about their culture, their food, of course, you know, they're so different in terms of culture. And even in the bad habits of drinking beer and wine, that's part of it anyway. So in my third year, I read a lot of books and so on, beyond my curriculum and beyond textbook. And one of these books that changed my life in a way is a book by Ayn Rand called Fountainhead. Many of you know that. Many of you have seen the film on that. That's changed my life. That integrity in architecture. And another philosophy that I adopted in Australia is what we call moral rearmament, that believe in absolute love, absolute honesty, and absolute unselfishness. That's more or less governed my life, besides, of course, Islam. So let me start my lectures on what I call in search of Malaysian identity. I think I'm still in search of that today. In my third year, I realized that what I've learned or what they taught me is Western architecture with Western culture. It's about the climate of temperate zone. There's nothing about tropical, there's nothing about my country. But knowing that, you know, you have to go through and pass your examination. And if you still have that in mind, you keep it and try to do it. And that's what I did once I given the opportunity to start. It's not easy to find it, but you try, and not many people will allow you to do that. So let's go back again. What is it? As I said before, I've been indoctrinated by the Western world Western education, speak English. Look at this, what I wear is a Western. Yeah, today is, of course, they call it universal. You speak English or communicate in English, that's become lingua franca today, that's accepted. The law that we use today in Malaysia is British law. Government also on that score, democracy and so on. That's all part of the Western world. There's nothing wrong with that. But what happened is we have lost ourselves. Slowly but surely, our culture has been diminished, our value has gone, and so on. This is what it is. I do not know myself about Hikayat, whatever our history is, because all has been tuned to the Western world. So with that awareness, I always think that I must bring something back and something towards this identity. This is why it's still in search of that identity. Okay, let's go back in the beginning. Is there such thing as Malaysian architecture or Malay architecture for that matter? The answer is yes. Let's go to the beginning. Slide one, please. The Malay architecture, as you know here, it derived from the indigenous people of the Malay archipelago. It is archipelago, consisting of many thousands of islands throughout, from Philippines to the south, to New Guinea, and then right to Aceh to the west. That's the Malay world. Speak same language, same customs, everything is the same. Communication is by boat, not very far from one to the other end, because it's thousands of islands. And that's how it's been influenced with the Malays. It's big Malay world, the Malay architecture, starting from very simple buildings. They're all on steel, either on the sea or on the land. They all are very simple in the beginning, as you can see. Next. This is Malay archipelago, as we know. Big Malay one. After that, it's been fragmented into different dominion. And in Malaysia, we call it Malay Peninsula. Other part of the world called Java, Sumatra. They have their own kingdom, so do we. We have our sultanate. And that's how we develop our civilization. So in the beginning, our architecture, let's see, is so simple. Next one. It's on, you see, all on steel. Sometimes they use bamboo. By all means, somebody introduced bamboo just now. We have started a long time ago with bamboo. So this is as primitive as it can be. That's the start, the beginning of our culture, our Malay architecture. Next. As we develop, we have that's all in bamboo. Very simple, the wall, the floor, and so on, all in bamboo, including the roof. As we develop, go on, it's called evolution. Yes, next one is improving. Still, you can see the wall is still made of mats. Then again, go on. As you can see, it is developed better and better. Next, so I go very quickly, otherwise I get too long. The roof has been changed because the roof was not like that, it was added before. So you can see the development not only from the simple structure, sometimes it's double roof like this. It's because of the knowledge at that time of spanning the material. They cannot do very big roof and so on. You can see that lend itself to very good scale in a way of human scale. Next, very natural in that way. So as you develop, it's become better and better. I go quickly as you go on, and then become so sophisticated with double roof, triple roof, and so on as you go on to mark the status in society. So every place is depending on what kind of society they have, what kind of influence they have. Their architecture is the same, but principally it's the same. It's always on steel, it's timber, and that's how it's been progressed as we go along. This is Another one in East Coast. Simple as that. Next one, go along with that. Double roof. And it's all quite naturally made. It's very organic, very sustainable, except it's not durable because of timber. And as we develop, we introduce stone in columns. And for the rich, they try to show a little bit, and that's the entrance. It's welcoming you to come in. Here it is, as if trying to embrace you. So you have this sophistication as we go along. This is our development of the early development of architecture. And it goes into the extent of doing this very sophisticated in a way. Yeah, I just want to go straight through. Next one. And then we reach more or less the pinnacle, to the 3-story, very sophisticated and so on. Let's go on again. And this another one, and another one, and depending on where they are, what kind of people, what kind of skill they have, and so on. And sometimes you have to go back again like this. It's complicated. It's always the roof somehow or other, to identify in the Malay Peninsula or Malay Archipelago. Right, next. Go again, straight on. So what does it means? The first is adopted the same principle throughout this Malay Archipelago. They adopted the same principle using available local material. The only difference is regional differences in terms from their places. As even in Malaysia in the beginning, or Malay Peninsula, the Malay house in the south are different than in the middle or the north. The south is very different in terms of the roof or how many tiang they have and their ukiran. That's the main difference they have. That's the beginning of that. Next. That later on, of course, we have the Chinese influence because our neighbors coming in for trading. First, the Chinese, the Indian from the north, from India, and the Arabs coming to our part of the world. They bring with them their technology beside the trading. Of course, the Chinese, start is in Malacca. That's where they concentrated. The early Chinese traders. The Indian is from the north of Kedah. So you find the remnants of the Kedah Indian buildings there. The Arabs, they don't do very much except they bring to us the religion of Islam in this country. What happened then? We go to the next evolution. This is the Chinese influence. Even of course, when they first come here, the first thing they want to do is their own pagoda for worship. Because they come a long way, they want to thank their God and so on. This is what they're trying to do. They influence in the beginning. Next, then they become sophisticated. You see how that simple building of Malay houses has been introduced, but this kind of sophistication, the embellishment from outside, the material they bring in, tile, floor tile, porcelain, and so on is what their trading goods are. Next one, that's the influence of the Chinese, like that's mainly the temple, but later on is in the other building, especially in shop houses. Like this is the example before, sophistication. This is, early Chinese houses like this is mainly trading house. Next. And as you go on, they become more sophisticated and they become eclectic, sometimes using other influences as well, more so during the colonial British period. Next one, let's go through just to show you something to the height of sophistication like that. It is really something grand. This is what we call Nyonya style. And even the early, this is one of the earliest influence of the Chinese for the mosque, Islamic mosque. And they even have kind of a pagoda as their companion. Next. And then they have simplified this form. So you have the influence from other nations, from other countries, from other nations, and our neighbors as well. As you go along, you can see that sophistication. This is one of the best examples, and you can see the pagoda by the side, the call of prayer. Becomes simple, elaborate before, because Islam religion is based on simplicity. It's democracy, actually. This is everybody got to be the same. And you got the Indian influence. Indian, there are not many of them, but they bring about the first thing when they come here as a workers in the estate, and the first thing they want is, of course, their religion again. They bring with them what? Color, sculpture. And that's what we inherited in a way from the Indian. Next one, you can see these magnificent buildings with sculptural forms throughout with color that we Malaysian or Malays never used before. But you can see the influence coming in later. Next. Simple one, still full of that color. Next. This is the house, very sophisticated, of Indian house. Next. Okay, after that, what do we have? We have another periods of the European period this time. First is from Portuguese and Spanish, they are more or less together before, and then come the Dutch and the British. And each one bring about their influence. Not so much with Portuguese and Spanish. Next one, you can see this first thing they come here is they want to do their church, and then later they import and so on. And they bring, of course, Christianity. And some of them been converted, the native into Christian. Not only Christian, they are Catholic. And that's what they know now as Eurasian, or in Malay, Sarly. It's completely a tribe, but very sophisticated at that time. But the Spain and Portuguese use Malacca, this is the first place they conquer in Malaysia, as a trading post. They don't really go through Malaysia at all. They just use it as the trading post of the ships to get provision and to get slaves. Some of the Malays taken as far as Madagascar, as far as Ceylon and so on. There are Malays community there today. That's how it's been. There's also a great story of Pak Awang. I do not know whether you know this. It's part of history. He is the first sailor that went around the world, the Malay, and by circumstances. Magellan is supposed to go around the world, but he was killed in Philippines. And Pak Awang escaped, and he's the one came back to Malacca. From Malacca, go around the world. That was a story. Interesting story anyway. Next one, you can see the influence of the Dutch in Malacca. Mainly in Malacca, they don't go through the hinterlands of Malaysia. That is concentrated on that. And this is where they came in. All those Western people, they are conquering nation. They go to conquer, they go to exploit. They exploit in this part of the world for the spices and so on. They use Malacca as the trading post or port of call. This is what they study. And then come, of course, the mighty British after that. Next. This is the example. It's already there, the introductions of bricks, of plaster, color, as well, to Malaysia. Next. Just give you very quickly, you know all this building. Next. And you can see the structure got 3-story building. And as you know, there's not much overhang. They just similarly what they have done in the part of the world. Next. Next, very quickly. Thank you. Now, the influence, then come the British. The British come also the same thing. The British come for different reasons. They first took over Malacca in exchange with Batavia, with the Dutch. That's how they got exchange. And then after that, they come over again, they found Penang. Established Penang, colonized Penang. Malacca, they colonized too. Then they go to Singapore, they find a good harbor, they colonize Singapore. There are three actually British colonies in the pure form. They call it Straits of Malacca, these three really. The others are all federated or non-federated states of Malaysia under the Sultanate. They are just advisors at the time. But with them as advisor, they really influence greatly and change what a lot of that. Not only in architecture, in the rules, in the government, in everything else in terms of history. So mainly we're talking about architecture. This is what they do. Sometimes they honor the Sultan and give favor, and to do something like this, the Sultan of Samad building in Kuala Lumpur, they bring about the Mughal architecture. They think that's what reflects Islam. So you have a couple of this kind of building. All the mosques, the early mosques, the national mosques in Malaysia, they have that kind of quality, the Mughal history. Next. And you have like this is Renaissance. Now, important things about this time is the same thing as in Europe in the history of architecture. It is from the British bring with them that period of what we call, what was it called? We call the Gothic. We got Renaissance, they brought about here. This is during that time of that Western world follow the same thing. So they brought about that architecture to here and Art Deco. I will show you a beautiful example of that. This is a trend, what we call the history trend. And they brought it to us very much earlier of that kind of architecture. Next, you can see this is Art Deco. This is one of our, whether it's in Singapore, in Penang, or throughout Malaysia, the architecture is influence of the British are there. It is like this. They follow the trend of the Western world until the time of the World War II, where they had democracy. Then that's changed. That time, the Bauhaus influence, which has changed the whole of architecture. But I'm not talking about that. I'm going to concentrate on Malaysian identity. Next. So we have this influence. Then the Chinese, the Indian, and the Malay house interfuse with this kind of architecture, eclectic. Another example, this is of early architecture in Malaysia. I'm trying to show you the progression or the evolution. Now we have eclectic. It changed. Some part is Malaysian and so on. Some part is Malay, some part is Chinese. Here again, just going through again a few of them. In Malaysia, Singapore, it's the same thing what the British do. Yeah. This is early airport, the first airport in Malaysia, in Kallang, is Art Nouveau. And the Gothic, this is St. Andrews in Singapore. And in Malaysia, also the same thing. They just take it, the architecture to Malaysia. That's how it's all about. And you have this again, another example of Gothic, modern architecture. Right, go on. And after that, of course, principally is Malay architecture, still on steel, but now they use the ground. That's the beginning of changes. We have a lot of Anglo-Malay architectures, a fusion of that, and sometimes because Anglo-Chinese architecture, Malay architectures as well, interfusing one culture to the other. Important to remember. We already got Malaysian architecture very much earlier. Next, this is 150 years old house that I picked up in Penang. It's what we call an Anglo-Malay house. It's a all that classic building, part of it raised from the ground, but not as high, and using different pillars, and already introduced tiles and so on, but there is still elements of the Malay, of the Chinese on the wall. Right, that's the beginning of architecture. This is Art Nouveau again, good example of it. Next. And here in Johor. Right, next. Right, that's our history, part of it. And we have an influence from many, and chiefly from the British. Now what happened after independence? After independence, of course, we had new spirit of independence. So we got to show what we are. So in the beginning, we have, where are we? In the public building that we show it. And at that time, after that, of course, economic fever, I call it, everything's got to grow because we don't have money. Everything got to be exchanged. British, companies have been bought by somebody and so on. So that was the way we go. And then, of course, I will do that number 4, number 5 as we go along. Next one, please. Here we are, right after independence, our Parliament House. Very Malaysian to me, or at least trying to do. What is it? The building, the Parliament building itself, with steep roof. And you have this multi-story building, more or less, to show that, you can identify it as a landmark of Malaysia in a way. And this is the first time you have screen building in front of you. Very useful in a way against the sun. And by the way, this is designed by British architects in PWD. And when the calls are there, they can produce that. And yet Malaysian architects cannot produce their own architecture. What a shame. Next. This one, greatest example of the early one, started from the British architect, and then you have Malaysian architect, Baharudin Shama al-Bakri, when he came back from his scholarship overseas. And you can show us a new expression, what we do. Our roof, because of plenty of rains here. And, everything got to be covered. So you go to that principle, from that principle, it can come up with a kind of image, very original. And that is our starting period. We have that. Next. Then we follow up with this. This is designed by Ho Pak To, I think, from Singapore. And to show what is Malaysian architecture is trying to do. This is the Negara Museum, the National Museum, I must say, And we have other example from the beginning. Next one. You have this, and this is trying, his Tengkolok, they call it, Hisham al-Bakri, about our National Library. So you can try to get that kind of feeling, what they think, or this is what they try to express. I think that's a trying anyway. Today it's become iconic in a way, identifiable. Next. And you have this recently, remind you of, in a way, he was educated in Adre. I'm trying to remind you of Sydney Opera House, why not? But with Malaysian touch, with Malaysian roof, multiple of roof. So there is that kind of association. Next, you have this, another association of the buckle, Malay buckle, I will show you later. Next, and this to show you a lot of images in Sarawak, like this. This is Parliament House of Sarawak. Next one, or this, just to show a little bit of image about Chris. Next. and this one. Yeah, like this is the trying periods and so on. You know? Okay, next. No, now we go second part. I'll do very quickly so that at least you got the gist of it. You got. Okay, next part. Where is it? Do you have it? Oh. Hello? Yep, you can. Okay. After you go back to what we were before, and now what is the present situation? What do we have now? We have mixed reactions due to different school of thoughts, literally different school of thoughts. Even you go to Western universities, each university has different emphases and we have different thoughts, let alone when you come back, more diversified with your thoughts. Second, very few examples. We don't have very few examples except the one that I showed you just now, to show local expressions of our architecture. Third, there's a lack of research in this area. Only now we have university, and some of you will be doing PhD and all that will complete do research on our identity. Next one, Malaysian architecture. Malaysian architecture today is a crossroad. What happened? What happened to us? During just after independence, we had that kind of spirit, and then we lost it. What happened? That's something we got to discuss. Now, what are we to do forward? So, I want to walk the talk as well. So, I got to show you the example. Not that I want to show you my work, but it's how to derive it, my take, and for you to judge it later. Next. Okay, like any design, perhaps you've been taught in school, maybe you don't, but whatever you do in design, you have to go to these three processes. One is rationale, second is economic of building, and aesthetics. Any design you got to go through, except with emphasis are bigger or lesser in one part or the other. Let's go to what is rational in terms of architecture. You all go through this actually, but you don't know. You know, you are in studio, been giving lecture and so on to do what? First, if you have any projects to do, what do you do first? The first thing you have to know is what is the objective? What is it all about? Then what you want to know is the term of reference. What is that? Whether you are in studio to do your studio work or in practice later on to do your design, you've got to go through all, no matter what it is. In the beginning, it's difficult, it's long, and that's what you are learning. But as you go through all this, it becomes automatic for you. You don't have to think anymore. It will ingrain on you, then the design flow easier. And I'll tell you how. Of course, when you do a project, you go to know the next thing is site condition, the climate of that, which is important. orientation. These are the steps that you must know. You don't, you fail straight away. See, you can grasp the problem, and then you cannot solve. So what else? Physical features of the area. You got to know them, the soil, and so on. Yeah, social conditions, yes, and the history of it also, social history, traffic generation, special features, building code and planning, that you must know. There are many more factors. The more you have, the better for you. Now, I'll give you another anecdote. People think that, some people, like Benoit Wright, for example, when he designed his falling water building, which is the most famous building, how did he do it? He got a client who wanted to do it. He went to the site and he said, this is the site going to be where the water is. So it's all agreed. 3 months, 4 months, 6 months, nothing come of it. And one day, the client says, friends, I'm coming to your studio to see my design. Oh yes, come tomorrow. And that night, he and few of his staff throw it up. And the next day, it's a wow factor, the falling water. And all the people, his staff and so on, how could he do it in just one night? He's not the only one. I give you another picture that. How can he do it? Because he's been thinking about it for the last 6 months. That's what it's all about. It's only at that juncture come out. The same with many things. You think somebody come in 3 days to solve the problem. No. The thinking process has been very long time. So, but it's all automatic. When you have done multi-story building, in the beginning it's very difficult to know what is the floor area, what is the ratio going to be, and the most important thing is the vertical lift. How much is going to be, otherwise it's uneconomical. But once you have done one, you know it already. You know how to do it. Then this principle and so on is already in your mind. What is in front of you is then the concept. What is it? And I will tell you how the concept will come about. Yeah? So this, you must do it. You must know it, as quickly as you can. And you go over. Yeah. If you do a house, it's the same thing. Except it's going to be a rich man's house, poor man's house, it's idiosyncrasy, what he likes, what he doesn't like, and so on. But it's the same 3-bedroom, plus 1, plus 7 room. It's the same. Then you shuffle it around. That's architecture. Space planning. Next one is about that. Now, economics of building. Right? The first thing is space planning. What it's all about? It's about juggling the spaces, the interrelated, one space to the other, the hierarchy of it. The quiet zone, the busy zone, or whatever it is you want to do. That's about architecture. Space planning, not only in terms of planning, horizontally, but vertically as well, 3 dimensions. Some of you can inculcate in your brain how to visualize this. Otherwise, you still have to put in paper. That's how you do juggling about. Maybe in your first year student, they learn about what we call bubble diagram, putting bubbles together. That's how fundamental it is. I don't think IT can ever do it. Then, of course, you got to go through selection of construction, the suitability of it. What kind of construction? You can do any construction, but it is cheaper than one, most expensive one. So you got to choose what is relevant, what is available. Manpower is the same thing. What kind of manpower? Technology, maintenance, financial, these are what you got to know about. And the cost, even cost of transportation, of energy saving today. Sustainability is a buzzword. So these then become your factors to be considered. And you must know this. Otherwise, you can't do it. The quicker you learn about it, the better for you. Because you can put this aside, then you can think of concept, design. You must have this. This is not fine art. Fine art is a blank wall, you can draw anything you like. This has constraint. This has rules and regulations that you must know, you must follow. Okay, let's try the next one. This is the last one, is the aesthetic. You can do all this without aesthetic. Then you call it building. It's not architecture. Architecture must consist of arts and science of building. Even a long time ago, Vitruvius, the first architect, non-architect, Greek architect, and Ross and John Ruskin, one of the best critics, will say what architecture is. Yeah, it's commodity. Architecture is commodity. It's not fine art. Second is durability. It must be durable, otherwise it's staged. And third is you must delight. 3 words. And in the modern terms, we follow what? Fiction. We follow it, follow functions. Functions follow form. That's the new buzzword of democracy. Start from the Bauhaus. Bauhaus at the point. Okay, what is that? Visual language. Like any language, you must have a grammar. Verbs, whatever it is, proposition, noun, and so on. So is visual. Arts in all form of design. You have, or you must know, visual language. What are they? They are proportion, composition, textures, void, gradation. These are the grammar of visual language. This is how we communicate. This is how we want to communicate by the honor. You must have this to do it right. Okay? Of course, it's the architecture of regionalism where you are. Is it in temperate climate or tropical climate, or where is it? Because your architecture will be different. And of course, you must not forget your culture. It's all about human being. What you're doing is for human needs. So you must know what is their needs, what is their culture, what is their tabiat, the habits, and so on. Yes? Next is arts and culture. That's part of incorporation of the aesthetic value. Because we develop arts, we develop craftsmanship. And it must be contemporary. In today's world, it must be contemporary. Otherwise, it will not be accepted. It's not, you won't get the clients at all. And of course, architecture has influence, as architect Sarly was saying just now. Okay, having got that, let's go. Next step. Next one. Okay. What is the principle of our identity? What we're trying to do? How do we go about it? This is my suggestion. Yeah, you must add this. It cannot be a dogma. I was frightened the other day. Sarly, architect Sarly was there. What they want to incorporate is some dogma in our future architecture in this country by the Lembaga Architects Malaysia. I was appalled. Architecture is about creativity. You put a dogma, you don't have any more creativity. You might as well giving them from your drawer. You want what? You want 10-story building? I got the 10-story building. Just build it. No. Architecture is more than that. It must have aesthetic contents. And okay, having got that, how do we go to find the identity? This is, as I said, my suggestion. You may add that, but don't follow dogma. There's no such thing. Okay, the first one is incorporation of the culture and custom of all major ethnic groups in Malaysia. We already gone through that. You know, the influence of the Indian, the Chinese, and so on. The early eclectic Malaysian architecture, that should be called Malaysian architecture. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, you must accept that. You can't say it's going to be Minangkabau roof is to reflect Malaysian architecture. Nonsense. We already get interfaced, interrelated with other religions and races before. So we must honor that. Second is preserving the existing building heritage so that we can see an example and go the way forward to change that perspective. Right, next, reflecting the way of Malaysian, including today's contemporary life, because our life today, like our forefathers, is a little bit different. We have new vehicle, we have car before we walk, so it's different altogether. Next, observing the various adabs and pantangs. We all have adabs, whether it's Malay or Chinese. One of the Malay house earlier, you know, the entrance must always be in front. If it's at the back, it's kurang ajar. It's only secondary entrance can be at the back. The front one must be there. That's what this Malay pantang is. There are many other Malay pantang. When you want to start with a house and so on, you put red and white bands on top of the coat and so on. This is part of supernatural maybe, but it is part of the pantang. The Chinese has that too. They don't like black color, death. And they look at horizon or something like that in a round way, in a very concentrated way, not panoramic way. What I'm saying that this is part of our culture. Whether we can use it is debatable. It's depending on the situation. And that's how it should be. But observe them, learn from them. Next one, reflecting the way of life, as I said before. And we cannot go back and to say that what it is, because in our mind, we cannot accept that. It is a contemporary world. Whether it's art, whether it is dress, whether it's music, whether it's got to be up to date, the trend. And this is what we had to put, you know, forward from our architecture before. That's part of evolution anyway. Okay, next one. Number 5, incorporating the local and regional arts. That might give you something if you know of something, like me trying to do the Chris. This is part of our arts and whatever it is. Just giving that imbangan, image that you can associate it with. You know, but I can turn this. Okay, next one. Upgrading the local and regional architecture. Okay, that's why we are in Malaysia. And even regionally, whether it is in Perak or whether in Johor, there may be some differences. So take that as a clue. Utilizing locally available material. Yes, we've been so spoiled. You know, we can get all the building material, the technology all over the world, right from the beginning. In a way, we are lucky. That's because of the British influence. Our neighbors have not got that kind of privilege. You know, when Hollywood films coming in, they will come in from Hollywood, go to London first. And immediately after London, it comes to Singapore and Malaysia. The other part of South Asia don't get it. If they get it, very much later. So our influence is almost immediate. Whether the Western world discover electricity, telephone, radio, television, it's the same way. We get it much faster than the other part of the world. So that part of it, we've got to be thankful to the British. So what do I'm going through that. Number 8, observing the local climate. Of course, we have to do that because our climates are different together. Our rainfall is nearly 80 inches per year. Number 9, protecting against natural disaster, storm, and all that. Sometimes we forget. Our ancestors built it on steel. Why? At that time, it's because of flood, and also because the flood, of course, all the wild animals and so on. And we studied that, and after that, because of the influence from the British and so on, we go down. And yet, if you think of it today, building on steel is still the best. Yeah. And still the best. Why? Why is it? Because you don't touch the ground. You don't spoil the ground. The ground can be used for agriculture, for wild animals. How useful that is. And your infrastructure will be minimum rather than excavating it for road, for services and so on. And yet we have lost that because of the influence. Now we did not, our progress, natural evolution of Malay architectures have been cut short by the intervention of the British. So that's bad part of it, in a way. Okay, next. Yet another one. So, hello, yes. So I say I'll walk the talk. So the beginning of my practice, I'm trying to show you, this is what I pick up, few of my work, some of it, of trying to identify what I think at that time. It may not be successful, but at least it's iconic because it's different. So let's go through from the year 73, when I first finished it, and all different things like that. And the third one is Bank Negara in Kedah, trying to have that Malay roof and trying to see that kind of patterns, like a batik patterns on the top of the roof, just to give that image of what we can identify of our culture. Third one, as you know, is another building in oval shapes. Next. Tabung Haji. So I go through this as quickly as I'll just look at it. And they are different. And the third one, for example, is Sangka Ikan. You just get that idea and you translate it. But it must be functional. Without that, there's no architecture. You must have that. It's only later on when you put the static value, that the program I say A, B, and C just now. Next. I told you the stories with some of you just now of Southern Tower of 5, like a finger, because this is represent the 5th king of Malaysia. And you go along, sometimes you get inspiration from the head of Sarawak head and so on, the third one. And kura-kura or whatever you can imagine of representing what you can see in Malaysia. After all, that's what it's all about. Our earliest sculpture in the building, Malay building and so on, where they get that kind of sculpture, they look around that, the flower of Malaysia, and that's how they do. And that's the inspiration comes from. Next. And for different purpose, of course, it's different things altogether. I'm just trying to show you some of it. Next. And every one of them have a story. The third one, for example, it's like a paddy stalk when you put together and bundle that, and that represents that, because you got the idea from Kedah, the rice field. So whatever you can imagine or associate more than anything else. Next. Next, as you go along. Right. This is the leaders. This is next. And sometimes you can't get in the form, you get it from the facade. On the third one there, you see the facade is like, again, Malay sarong, the interlacing it and the color to represent something you can associate with. Next. This is the same thing, multi-story building, sometimes you do that. So you have to do facade planning anyway, sun shading. The sun shading can, equate to something that you see, the sarong again, the zigzagging. Next, just go along. Oh, this is university, yep. Next. And sometimes like that, this is Tabong hotel. And sometimes it derived from the needs, you can do it. But why is 3 buildings? Because it's for pilgrimage to Mecca. And sometimes in the period, the high period, you need the whole building occupied. In the low period, you probably have about 20-30%. And that's what we do. You have to have 3 buildings. In the low period, you only use 1 so that you reduce your electricity. That's economic sense of that. So you go through that. Sometimes you go through economics first. Sometimes you get the concept first, but you go through that. But you all know what the detail is going to be, what the content is going to be. Next. Okay, even you cannot get so much, at least make a variation of the facade. Next. That's the one the last time we had. Malaysia Pavilion. Next. Okay, next. I can go through that. I just want to cut short. Okay. Now I go to your details a little bit more, how this concept come from. As I say, it must come from rationale, economics of planning first. You must go through that. All right. The first thing is, of course, Hijjas last time he got a painting and did it automatically. But actually what it represents, is Hijjas here? Right. What it represents is actually the Bauhaus. The Bauhaus gives 3 principles of shape: square, rectangle, and round. That's a symbol of Bauhaus. That shape will form any other kind of shapes. Yeah, any kind of shapes. Sorry. So this is what it's all about. So this is what it is all about. Forget about that. The craze come later. It's incidental. Okay, let's start. How is the beginning? The beginning, next one. Oh, where is it? Yes, now. Yeah. 2 square, correct? The most fundamental of all shape. But if you put just square like that, the facade is become uninteresting. Or you cannot use 2 facades if it's north and south is there. So your program will be different. It will be monotonous building. So in your mind, you know already. What can you do about it? Why don't you put 2 square? Right? What do I do? Is that go forward or forward? Okay. So that's 2 square overlapping. And you make that in the center so that every one of it, you have a good view. And the light. And in multi-story building, the light has maximum and minimum of the depth. So something already fixed. For practicality, then economics is going to come in. How does it come? The ratio must be right. The ratio of this and that normally is about 35% of the core area to that area. And as you go along, the construction will be most practical. you have what we call Malayan column on the outside. So the inside there's no column at all. So this is how you think progressively, practicality. And you go there, all right, then you have this. What happened below? Below is you got to put a car park. Below also at that time, you have to have this banking hall, very big, very persuasive, very impressive. So we have an atrium. So the atrium is there, from there to there. And that's the car park. It's on top of the hill. So you satisfy the needs. That's come from the need. And the flare is coming in. Then you have these three cut here for your air conditioning and utility and so on. And of course, you have this. Instead of straight, you make it cut here, slanting like that. After all, when you go up, the lift is been shaded, less lift is needed. Anyway. So it's derived from them. After you derive that, you have something straight here. Then you say, oh, you have that. Then after this, one of the staff said, Hijjas, you look like a Chris. So we put it as a Chris. As simple as that. But you think it through. Right? That's one example. And of course, you've got to think of the construction. This building, you don't have. It's as pristine today as ever. Look at it. You compare it with new building 110 story. That doesn't give you the image. This gives you the image. Simple. That you can understand. It's become iconic. That's part of the way how to go about it. Okay, and then you've got to think of it. You know, the facade is very simple. And it's using thin wood anyway. Okay, next one. Now you can see that. Get there, cut there, the leaf becomes smaller and smaller on top, or lesser. And this is the original. But now they say they want helicopter, so we got to go about it. And yet the look is almost the same. It's interesting as you walk across, because the facade changes. It's become something interesting. And then you got to put in your element, what is Malaysian element sometimes. Because of the multiple rooms, the road here at the entrance, the most important. So you're suggesting like that. Right, second. So you have that, see? This is needed. You can do straight like that, but why not? You copy something about your batik or your sarong there. It has things like this. That's Malaysian, surely. And you see, it's not square. It's interesting. You look at different direction. And everything's there, what is required under the code. Next. I think another building, this is, you know, when they say that, this is, I thought this new board of Tabung Haji, the brief was in Hijjas, you have given you 60 million, and they want to have, show me a progressive Islamic architecture. And that was all they asked. Luckily, they didn't ask anything else. Everything is open. And that can scratch your head a little bit. And how do you do it? How do you do it? You go back again to the principle. What is Islam? Ask yourself. 5 pillars of Islam. Purity in what? Geometrical shape. Just find the words. Geometrical shape. What else? You know, if a decoration, it must be Islamic. This is the words that you want to find out. So you start from there to make it economical in the first place. Otherwise, it cannot. Of course, this building, you know, in a way, favorite of the architects, but it's not made for the engineer and contractors. That's what they said until I tell them how to do it. So we architects sometimes can't tell the engineer how to do it. Sometimes I work together with architects, with engineers, right in the beginning. Sometimes I don't, because I know better. Then I will tell them what to do. So here you are. This is how it come about. Let's come out. Start from the planning. The plan. Because multi-story is how good you do with your typical plan within the ratio of utility or service area and usable area. That's the key. Next. There you are. It's a big building like that. You are already doing round building like that. Yes. And you put the core in the center. And you work it out how many leaves there are. The leaf is opening from the front here, from the back here, all around here. And not only that, you want to put, this is innovation in a way, to put a car park. There are many ways how to do car park. I choose to do what is called ram car park. As you go around here, you ram it. And this is how it becomes like this. There's a ram car park here. As you reach there, you go into the leaf and you open up into your working space with good view all around you. There are 5 pillars there that used to house the AHU, the air handling unit, all being a good practical. That's how it started with. And on the ground floor, we don't do anything about it. So it's serene when you come in. It's only open as a lobby. Everything else either below or on top. And that's how it comes about, this building. Of course, when you do building, okay, you do it round, you can cylinder going up. But that's uninteresting. That's where your aesthetic value is coming in. Uninteresting, boring. So we have 3 models that we make. And in the end, we choose this. Otherwise, to be practical, you can just be like a cylinder. But that's boring. And look at this, how sophisticated, how seductive this is, like a woman's waist. And you remember this. That's architecture. You remember it. It's become iconic. That's architecture. So what else can I say? So other than that, is problem that you solve. Yeah. Other than that, it's all practical that you have to solve. We told them how to design this. And they said, Benji, it's just difficult. You have different floor, different shape. And also it's round. How? I told them how to do it. You know, you think of a spoke. Sometimes it's easy. When you really think of it, you think of a spoke of a bicycle. You got the rim in the center and the spoke going up all, right? Change the spoke into beam and precast beam at that. Post tension we do it. We do it on the side. That's it. So you do first part is the center. And you do go back there again for me. I think I'll better ask you to do it. You do first in the center, right? The core. The core is slip forming. So they just can go up, slip forming to do all that. What is in the center? And from the center, you got that 5 pillars, as I said, they're rising up. And as they go up, you have the rim, and then you have this precast, post-tension precast concrete put on top. Easy, quick. So we think for that, in a way. So it becomes very quick. They go one to the other. And sometimes you want to be shorter and longer. The longer one, we cut it. That's all. All this beam is constructed by the side. And then just crane it up. Easy transportation. So you think of that. Second thing, they say, oh, very hard change. How are you going to clean that? Because the shape is not only going out like that, but slender like that. I said, things of that normal cradle. Cleaning cradle. All you have to do is as a telescopic spring. They can go up and they can take it. So we got even to tell mechanical engineer how to do it. So, you know, I have great fun in it because I tell everybody what to do. And I felt, you know, something, you know, that they don't know, I know better. They will say it's difficult. I say there's nothing difficult about it. I say you do. And this, very big beam from this to this. They have is beam from there to there. I call it transfer beam. Where do I learn from? Mellard. Mellard is engineer from Switzerland. That is the big curve bridge. That's where I learned it from. So of course you learn from somebody and then readapted it, reuse it. How do you do it? So that's one. Okay, last one. I'll give you some tips. Yeah, variation of this. Next one. So you can see that how it goes up. And there's this construction. You can see this go first. And the center, you have this crane. You got to think about construction as well. How they do that. And then they pick up the beam coming through that. And this 5 column is also slip form. So they go up and they straddle that with that. So the interior also you follow the same thing. So next one. That's the map there you see. If you've been to Alhambra, that's been inspired by Alhambra kind of thing. So sometimes you take it from somewhere else, reuse it, readapt it. And that's how it comes about this building. You can see that on the ground floor, nothing. Very serene. Next. Now, this is new one. Some of you are, I did not know later on, you tell me that they are in competition with me. Hajira is one. Who else is one? Is another one. They are doing that. They are here. So now they hear how I do it. Okay. Now this is what we have the site. In fact, the site is fantastic. And some people say it's not. Is it? Just like Chongkat says it's not. I say this site is God-given site. Why? Because laterally brown here is there. North there, south is there. What's better than that? Both sides. Anyway, how do we come about? Of course, we know everything. We know about lifting. We know about all other things. Okay, that's already in our head. So the concept comes first. In this case, the concept. Because the rest, you know it. Where the traffic coming from and so. So you do that. So you get inspiration from this. You pick up just 2 of that and you do that. How do you do that? Okay, you know. Then you go back again to the first principle of the Bauhaus, the round, you know, the square, and the triangular. This is nothing else but a triangular building, 2 triangular buildings put together and curve it, as simple as. And see how you do it. You put then the core in the center. That's the beginning of things. Of course, as you go up, the leaf is being shaded, less leaf. So you can, in terms of ratio, you can reduce the area at the top. That's how it comes about. Next. Here it is. See how big it is. Here and there. As you go around, it becomes smaller and smaller and so on. That's how it is. And thread that together, and you get fantastic office space with a column to look at north and south. Later on, of course, the engineer asked for, you know, oh, Hijjas, I got to put something here, you know, as a bracket. So what I did is, okay, if you want to put it there, I make use of this place as hanging garden. So you have hanging garden every 3rd floor, literally. So you can go out here to do that. And it's good for fire escape as well. So it's all very good in that way. So you have this. As you go around, you cut one by one and become smaller and smaller. And you try to make it interesting. One is higher than the other, and it's so big, and it becomes sexy. What else is better than that? So, you know, you get great fun to do that. And this is how it comes out. Here is this one here. And the top one is actually the antenna. Otherwise, you see thousands of discs. We hide it all here. All the antenna is here. Because it cannot be used anyway. The floor area is too small. You can go up. So we use as antenna. So you can see that how pragmatic this is. And this is how you start with. It must be functional. The rest is, of course, to satisfy, you have to put aesthetic value. Any more? I think that's the last. Next. So then it's, of course, in terms of construction, this is, they asked me the state of the art to do this building. What do we introduce? A is a lifting system. They are double-decker lift. Nothing new, but new in Malaysia. Double-decker lift. As you go up even number or odd number to your floor, so that the capacity can be more. That's one we introduce. Second introduce is air conditioning is on the floor rather than on top, so you can move the outlet to where your computer will do at that time. That's two. And the three is, of course, we introduce that hanging garden. So that's, so sometimes architects are able to introduce new things. Yeah. And it can be very interesting. Next. Here you are, that's the building. We show you how it's done floor by floor. Next. Here another one is a kind of you have the concept, you know what is going to be convention center. How many thousand square feet, how many subsidiary small room and so on, you know that. And you know that the hall doesn't have to have air conditioning. So what does that mean? Goes right in the center. And you want to be economical, of course you can do a square building. But if it's a round building, it's easier to go up, to go down. As you know, when you have assembly, you always go out, you go down during the recess, coming back again. That's the concept first. You have that in mind. Then you revise what kind of shape is better. Good shape, round shape. With the assembly in the center, and then all the circulation outside, that they can go out and look out and so on. And that is the principle. After that, how do you want to relate it with our society or our custom or our whatever it is? So we researched a little bit and we got in, I think it's the pending. Next, that's the pending. The Malay buckle. Look on the outside. And that's the rule. Otherwise, it's become boring. And because of this, a little bit of that, and so on, it gives you the energy of ideas. That's how it come up. Next. This is how it's all about. Briefly, all the facilities here, you can see this on top of the hill. It's like the Parthenon. That reminds me of the Parthenon. This is a Parthenon of Malaysia. Never happened. Okay, so this is what it is, the assembly in here, and the rest in some other area, the subsidiary meeting room, and then in the center has special room and escape routes and so on down here. Okay, so you can see instead of like this, you can see this is like a head. And it's very pronounced and very identifiable. Next. There you can see this on top. Of course, everything must work. Traffic, and of course, you bring all the ingredients of our culture inside this building in terms of its detail, in terms of its room and so on. Right. Next. Okay, you see that. There's Malay batik here. It's anything that resembles our culture in modern form. Unless it is the modern form, our eyes cannot accept it. It must be contemporary. Next. Right. That's the end. Thanks. Good. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. A bit long, yeah.
Alhamdulillah, thank you very much, Architect Hijjas,
Okay.
for the long input of the day. So today I believe that we could witness from his presentation the narrative that perpetuates Malaysian identity architecture. So I believe that this narrative celebrates the rich diversity and unity of Malaysian people, emphasizing shared values and traditions and juxtapositions of the colors. Architect Hijjas has served us as a reminder of unique heritage that we have, an impressive accomplishment that we have. For me, that's also defined Malaysia, fostering a sense of pride and belonging amongst of our citizens. So I think, without further ado, the next speaker that I would love to call is actually the person who really made this event successful. So let's welcome Architect Azim. Before that, Architect Azim Aziz. Architect Azim graduated from Louisiana State University in 1987. He started work immediately with Juru Bina Ketiga under Dr. Baharudin Qasim. Wow. Architect Azim and his firm's design philosophy emphasize on client requirement and users' experience above imposition of any particular design. Architect Azim's goal is to produce an award-winning design and to produce a structure that leaves a lasting impression on users and visitors. A design must also reflect the spirits of its time. Over the years, ATSA has won several awards over the years. Azim is also currently a member of, it's not currently, I think it's previously current council member, sorry, it's not updated, has won several architecture awards on architecture. Apart from architecture, Architect Azim has written several books and has documented more than 25 years of ATSA works, including most of architecture. Okay, so I think without further ado, let's welcome Architect Azim on the floor, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Architect Gina. It's also hard to beat presentation by Architect Hijjas, who's been my mentor and several others for many years, ever since I was in school. And I'm very, very appreciative that I have the opportunity and the pleasure to have Architect Hijjas to present, I think, to us and many of us here. Also, I have to make it quick because I know it's coming up to 1 o'clock. And can I have the pointer? No. So that we can break from lunch. What I'm trying to do is to build from what Architect Sarly and also build from what Architect Hijjas representing. Okay, the table of contents, although it seems a lot here, but it was something that I'd like to document for the students in future people or architects to know about our identity architecture, and also for my own self to learn where we come from, our identity. Prologue, why identity architecture? Explaining identity architecture and why again. As you know, ever since that I graduated or before that, we've been talking about identity architecture. It's as if it's not enough, that we have to go back and do we need it today, and also do we need it in the future. So for this, we have to go back to history, and where since the 13th century, I picked 13th century because it's where I think in this world, as I think Hijjas was saying, that our culture actually start to form in this area through people mainly doing trading with the various countries, expressing our identity through architecture. Is it Malay identity or is it Malaysian identity architecture? And why again? The idea of Malaysian architecture, architectural identity, came about roughly after our independence. And the search of identity at that particular time after independence was actually to move away from the colonial architecture. We were at that particular time had about 450 years continuously being colonized. And it started with post-Merdeka architecture. That's where the first pioneer of Malaysian architects, including my old boss, Dr. Baharudin, the Bakri, Kinton Lu, the late Kinton Lu, has contributed into the forming of the new architecture identity. The British colonial master actually was the main person who imposed their brand of the Malay Islamic colonial architecture. They used to bring about their identity. It used to be, architecture is used as a tool to marvel or to impose its foe or even its friends. So this is just a rundown. 1511, 1557, colonial architecture beginning with Portuguese, Dutch, and the British. 1957, post-Merdeka architecture. 1980s, where the period where I graduated or studied under was postmodern architecture, although we were also learning about the international style and the brutalist style architecture. And then we had the late modernism and the contemporary architecture. And now 2020 and beyond is digital AI supported architecture, what architect Sarly was talking about. And then beyond contemporary architecture. To keep our identity, we must preserve it. This is what architect Hijjas was saying, that we have to preserve our heritage. And certain times we have to demolish some of the buildings that needs to be replaced or correct our skyline. I think this has been done in several buildings, and some, unfortunately, and some, I think, it's better to replace. Okay, history, just quickly, 1136 is where I like to begin. Is where the Sultanate, the older Sultanate was actually in the Kedah Sultanate, and it converted into Islam. And 1400 as Parameswara, and we founded Malacca. And 1414 is actually the official timeline that is given in history that Malacca has embraced Islam. And all towards 1511, and 1511 has actually put the stop to Malaysian Malay architecture at that particular time, as it was taken over by the colonial masters at that time, beginning with Portuguese, Dutch, and also on the British subsequently. And as you can see, where the British intervention came into the Malaysia in total was in 1824, during the period of the Dutch Anglo Agreement. Prior to that, the British was also taken over Penang in 1776 and also 1819 in Singapore. So you can see there, this is the number of years that the Portuguese has, or the Dutch and the British has colonized Malaysia. And that is added up to about 450 years. And we have been independent only for 66 years. So this is how it goes from the time that in the 1980s, in the 1970, when the climate change, and 1980 when they discussed about climate change, Putra was set up, and COVID-19 actually has ruptured the fabric of our society and makes us think differently in our design, our building, and even our lifestyle, even towards this day. So soon we're going to go 2030s, and there we are commitment to completely use EVs, cars, and 2045 is the era of singularity, which I will talk slightly more about it later, which is, I think, going to change totally humankind and how we live, even our own identity. It's not long from now. I think the current generation now studying architecture will probably have to will face it. And then by 2057, you will be 100 years of being as a nation. And by 2100, which is only about 70 odd years from now, that our population will start to decline. I'll talk more about that later. Now, talking about declining population will also affect our identity. So this is just a map of how we came about. We were hardly a nation before 1957. So there was never really a Malayan country. We are divided by federated, unfederated states, and also by by the southern Thailand under the suzerainty of the Siamese country ruler at that particular time, where part of the southern Thailand is also Malay states, and they've taken over Kedah, Kelantan, and Terengganu was under Siamese rule. So this is how the different Malay rulers that has ruled over this area, like the Malay archipelago, and until that, with the Portuguese came in 1511 and until our independence. So we were actually very comfortable living in our own backyard until 1492, where it's also the age of discovery or exploration. This is where Bartolomeo Diaz and also Vasco da Gama has begun to travel across vast seas, and they have mastered the art of traveling overseas. And they were all small countries at particular time, and they can just come over here in a few ships and they can invade Malacca and several other countries in Africa, India. They ruled the world because they ruled the sea. So we were helpless at that particular time for many years, many centuries, and this is where we were taken over by them. Even the Indonesia was never Indonesia. There's never a country called Indonesia before Indonesia. Even they had to name it Dutch East Indies. It was called East Indies. Kepulauan India, they call it Kepulauan India. But it was the Dutch, since they conquered the vast areas of Indonesia's or the Indonesian islands, and it has subsequently became taken over after 1948 as a nation. And it was a bloody takeover of the whole country, and most of the rulers at that particular time were slaughtered. And this is Malaysia under British rule. You have 1776 in Penang, you have 1824 Bangkok Treaty, 1819 in Singapore. These three states are the strict settlements, and that's the beginning of our changing identity from just living nicely in our backyard, has become to have to embrace a new culture. Even though the biggest badass at a particular time was the Siamese, the Sukhothai and the Tuyas. They conquered, and they do this at every time, like every favorite pastime is to invade states in the northern states of Songkla, Santun, Batani, they're all Malay states, Naratiwat, Perlis, Kedah, Kelantan, and Terengganu. So in 1910, as you know, in the Anglo-Siamese Treaty, part of it was given to the Thais and part of it is given to the British, purely for commercial reasons. Because if they had a war, it was not going to benefit anybody. So for commercial reasons, and to be fair, half is given to the Thais and the half is given to Malay. So fortunately for Perlis, Kedah, Kelantan, Terengganu, they are part of the Malaysian country, the Malayan country. The people who are living in the northern state like Batani, Naratiwat, Yala, Santun, their identity has changed. Many of them, the new generation, learn Thai instead of Malay language. So that has going to change in the years to come. So this is the federal states. If you learn history in federated states and non-federated states, the federated states are states with British intervention, and non-federated states are not directly ruled by the British, but eventually after 1910 they took over everything. All the previous sultans has been given special status, but they let the British rule. They only reduced to just land and ugama, religion, difficult to handle for their population. Okay, explaining identity architecture. Our early built form, traditional vernacular architecture starts with all these beautiful structures that we have. We have different states with different sorts of interpretation of the roof forms. It's always raised up, and for very, very specific reasons, and also climatic as well as security. And this is Kuala Lumpur in 1897, if I'm not mistaken. It's only about 100 over years ago, and this is what Kuala Lumpur is. And that building there, that Sumatran Mosque, is actually where Lembu Ampang is. But it's now taken over, and this is Bukit Nanas. So this is mentioned in 176 years ago, that we were like this. Now in 100 years, it's totally changed altogether, and we can't recognize how the whole identity has already been, in a short period of time, has changed dramatically. And we used to love this sort of things. I think our forefathers and some of us of my age has experienced the sceneries of the traditional kampung area or rural areas. Our transportation was this. This is elephant. So, we go around crossing rivers. We never have cars or rails or trains or MRT, LRT. Journey takes days, not like 20 minutes, 15 minutes from one place to another place. Even 1 hour travel to, 2 hours travel to Johor, Ipoh is like, oh wow, that's a long time. It used to take days to do that. So all these beautiful shapes are our identity, and I want to say this, that soon all this will be gone. If you don't preserve it. Even someone was saying that to me the other day, the original Kutai house, I think Hijjas has one in his house, in this one Gawan. There's only 2 more original, in years to come, they're completely gone. And I also managed to keep one of my great parents in working and preserve it. So in the colonial area, this has transformed. We have been forced by imported architecture but climatized to fit the urban fabric. So from the short period of time between them taking over Selangor in 1851 to early 1900s. This is all built up in about 50 years of the British colonial period, colonial period between 1951 to 1910. 60 years, they have completely changed the whole urban scape of Kuala Lumpur. And the colonial buildings of Malaysia started up with a small two-story colonial house, shop downstairs, living quarters upstairs. It's grown, and they have taken up a different stylistic period of the particular time. So you have Art Deco, you have even international style and simple 1700s shop house. Ended up eclectic, as after Hijjas was saying. So over the years, that has become what has transformed within 60 years. Medan Pasar looks like that, and not like the atap roofs that were shown just now. Kakosa was this stately house, and Penang has been, have been having roads with brick buildings lining the roads and in the commercial areas. And all these are all important. Even the Sultan Abu Samad building and the mosque in Johor and Penang and also Jami' Mosque, they've all been important. They've all been designed by the British architect. They've all been manufactured and brought by the British architect. So they use Saracenic architecture. It's a mixture of Mughal and Moorish architecture to build this identity. Because we are a Muslim country, our mosque were not like this. Our mosque was just at that roof, just a typical at that roof mosque, a Malay roof mosque. But this is brought in, and it's actually to appease the local population, and to awe them with all the structures and say, wow, they can be better, and then the good that the British government, they have developed all this. And then the Famosa and the start his building church. Then came Merdeka. Merdeka came in 1957, and Tuan Rahman declared Merdeka. And between that, you can see, the period of post-Merdeka architecture. I think this was a lovely period of originality from, because that period is that the early leaders will say, I want to do away with all the colonial stuff. I don't want any more of this. We have to build our own identity. So they came, although this was designed by the British, I think Shipley something was designing. But it is, to me, although it's been built by a British, but it's one of the beautiful parliament building around the world. But it's designed in context, tropicalized, and using elements. They like the architect, he just was saying, the foreigners could do that in a short period of time. They can absorb and learn and know, and we should also do the same. In the Merdeka Stadium in 1957, it was declared Merdeka, and Federal Hotel was built in 1957. It was built to accommodate all these dignitaries that traveled to Kuala Lumpur, the foreign dignitaries, and they were housed here. And it's still standing here, and this is the architecture of the day. Then you can see the National Museum 63, and it actually replaced a colonial building, which was the National Museum, which was bombed by the Japanese. And you can see the botanical garden and also the Parliament House in the background. That's actually a beautiful scene. And Masjid Negara, MGS School, and the rail line, and that's how it came about, how the new architecture was building up. And this is the unfortunate thing, we used to travel a lot, and now people of generation travel from this airport, Subang Airport, but it was demolished in haste when I was talking to those who are responsible for demolishing it. They were thinking of bulldozing it to build a medical convention center on this land, but it never never took off. But as a result, they demolished one of the nicest looking airport that we can never build like this before. Just look at this staircase. You ask any engineer to do it this way, none will probably say. They'll probably say put columns. You know, they will never be able to do sweeping staircase like that. And this is 1920s to 2023, starting from Muhammad Fuad building in Sabah, which is actually a nice design. We have a chance to go there and study its construction all the way to 118, which actually designed by, unfortunately, it was designed by an Australian architect vendor and by PMB. PMB should call all local architects to design this because they call it Merdeka Tower, right? But it was designed by an Australian after 66 years or 60 over years of training local architects to to be able to design things. But in the end, they went to California. I think this have to stop at some point. And, that from that particular image of the KL, a lot of this spire-like building. This has become our new identity. Spire building with a lot of spires, and that came about from that Parliament building. We have this Prime Minister building and design, and I think the narrative has changed at that particular point when post-Merdeka represent until when they built Putra Jaya. I think the narrative that they wanted to tell the world or tell the population has changed. So that's why they have this onion dome-like buildings being built as a symbol of the PM office. And this 118 is actually its concept derived from the Abdul Rahman's hand putting up and saying Merdeka. So the concept was that, and they bought that idea. And in the 30s, they're building more towers. This is actually in KLCC, on the 130 stories. Probably one of the tallest building in the future. One I like to also address in this housing. After Merdeka, a lot of people mass migrate into Kuala Lumpur, urban areas, and as a result, there were a lot of. I remember this in the 60s and 70s. There's a lot of squatters housing. So quickly, I think they did a good job of putting people proper housing. But as a result, this has become it. Rose thousands and thousands of units in the air, and this is what is going to happen in a generation to come. That one like this has over 1,000 units, all about 850 to 1,000 square feet. Everybody living in the same shoe boxes, and about 30 story up in the sky. So this is the new Malaysian identity for housing has become, at least for the masses. We're talking about B40, M40, who will probably live like this. And also landed, there are some, but they become increasingly expensive. That only can have T20 people can actually afford it. Top 20 people can actually, because it comes up to a terrace house comes to $800 to $1 million. It becomes impossible for anyone to buy it. So finding identity is where we come about to go back to how we want to find identity. In our identity, when we start, we look at the Jata Negara, you look at the Bunga Raya, it's all been created after Merdeka. Bunga Raya was created for the national flower. Jata Negara is the emblem, the flag, and the people. All this has come into play if you want to go by Malaysian architecture. Even identity card. The identity card, the top one is probably the original. The bottom one is now that you have. But identity cards. Some countries do not want to have identity cards. In the US, they oppose having identity card. They protest. Over here, if you don't have an identity card, we start to worry: are we a citizen or not? Things like that. So so this is where building up from architect Hijjas, and from the religious view of architecture, and to build identity. And then moving forward, we're looking at population growth and decline. This is another issue that I think that many do not look at this. Our population now will in by 2000 will decline. And we will become aging population. We already are, if you based on 60 or 65, then we are, they define is it 7% or 15% of the population are aging or over 60%. So when we come aging population, we have to look at the outlook of the population. Is it going to be for the young or for the old, or have a mix up? So this is not been addressed, I guess. And by now our population stands at 34, and by 2000 it comes at 39, at 42 million. So if you look at 34 and 39, there's only about 5 million people increase before it goes down further. And because this is simply because people don't want to have too many children anymore. Natural replacement is 2.1. People are having about 1.6, 1.8. You know, less. It's not as worrisome now, but we are actually aging faster. So this is how we're going to become. So a lot of buildings is going to be built. Either it's going to be demolished, houses, because there's too many houses, or is it going to be renovated? Yeah. So if you look at countries like Japan, South Korea, Japan lost 800,000 people, reduction in population. So they even, if you are a Japanese, they even give you free house to stay. You know, because all these houses are empty. Even in Italy, the same. You know, to stay. Some countries even pay you to stay there. Marry their women, and you know, they will pay you to do that and stay there and produce, procreate. And this is what's going to happen. Even they are saying that the rate of our decline in population is similar to Japan. South Korea is the worst. And we always watch Korean drama, K-pop, and all that. But if you look carefully, people in Korea doesn't want to have children. They don't want even they don't want even live in Korea. We have about 50,000 Korean in Malaysia. I asked my son has a friend in Korea. They say it's so expensive there. You know, education is not good. So that's why they learn English and go to school so they can in the future migrate to somewhere else. So this is the changing dynamics of the country. Even China, if you look at China, their population will also decrease by half. Here's the age by 2000, we are number 34%. By year 2100, will be aging population. That's almost 30% is a lot. And how are we going to address in terms of to explain our future identity? Singapore as well, we're facing the same. United States, because they encourage migration. Indonesia will grow because they are such a large country and still growing. But the United States, they encourage migration so they can grow. They can start to grow. And when you grow, you have the population, then you can innovate. You know, you don't have the people, the young people, so you can't innovate. That's what Japan is facing right now, because they don't have enough people, young people, that they can't innovate any longer. And Korea, as you can see, they have 0.something% of their population, in terms of 2.1, there's less than 1% who wants to have children. So they what I call it a dying country. And Japan is going to be a dying country. China in 2100 will face this, and then it becomes half in Thailand. This is like if you look at the Marvel comic movie, Infinity War. It's like the person who snapped the finger and half the population is gone. But this is in slow motion, and is this is 70 years of snapping, And 70 years from now, the population will be disappearing. So you need, then there is a blip where, you watch Infinity Part 2 is the blip where they brought back everybody, that was disappeared back into the life. So the blip is actually, how do you get these people back? Once, like in China, they say last time one child policy, now 2 child. Nobody wants to have 2 child anymore. It's so comfortable to have 2 children anymore. And 1 child is fine. And then this is the period of singularity. I've been talking about this. I think architect Sarly also knows about this. And this is where in 2045, which is really Pixel was saying that the power of computer is so powerful that it is equivalent to all the human that is living or died, our brain power. So it's where technology transcends, biology transcends technology, whatever the other way around. This is where people say that it's end of innovation. This is where AI can start designing a building, and you can put it in the design. And this is where it is 2045, and artificial intelligence, ChatGPT and Neuralink, and now December they launched Tesla bought robots to take over in some of the work that can be done by robots. And AI, this is AI-aided design. We used to CAD design, now it's AI-aided design. So our last part, our approach to conceptual identity. So manifesto. The manifesto is similar to principles. I'm glad that architect Hijjas was talking to Lembaga and saying that the way they're doing is wrong. It's guidelines. If it's guidelines, it's end of everybody in this line. And if it's the manifesto or even the principles of architecture, is then you can have a room to interpret. It's not you have to have a dome, you have to have an arch, you have to have a minaret. It's the architecture, you have to have a roof. So conceptual identity has to be more than that. It has to be the interpretation, the climate, time, the need, all that are part of the manifesto. Sustainability, resilience, it's all part of the environment of our identity. Ought to be there. Then we look at it I quickly go through this in defining not to copy traditional architecture and make it into the architecture. We try to use elements of the vernacular architecture. One of it, it's from the Queen architecture of the compound houses. Yeah, this is where we have to preserve. This is my grandfather's house, in which I preserve. It's already 100 years old. Talents to preserve, but needs to preserve. And from there, you can borrow into contemporary Malaysian house. You can design in such a way that it has the semblance of vernacular architecture. And even you have to can make into a modern architecture, still the idea of lifting it out on stilts and using material. That too can become part of our new contemporary or vernacular architecture. And even though our mosque doesn't have to be, what the Saracen type of mosque that's been introduced with domes and with Moorish or Mughal arches or minaret. And even bamboo, we use bamboo. This is for Orang Asli. Orang Asli is part of our culture or heritage. So using bamboo to produce houses for the Orang Asli and verticality, since we like the building taller but vertical, and we can use that as part of identity, not to copy what the Western world is doing, and use it as an element that can express our own version of verticality, how we see our architecture. This is a commerce building similar to Maybank, but different in some matter, and even using landscaping into it. It has kind gardens and also greenery surrounding the buildings, staggering up. Threshold is one thing. Threshold is like in every building we have an entrance. Entrance has to be front, right? I think Hijjas was saying. So threshold is actually a transitional space from outside to inside. And from here, you can express that as a threshold and express the entrance and celebrate it so that it can become part of identity, welcoming as a warm, our culture of being warm. And have that always celebrated in your building. This is a proposal from Merdeka Mall. So you can see it's elevated, it has that threshold, welcoming, and later the screens. And also, this is a university. This project actually, one appreciates that we want architecture of a whole Malay world, a whole Islamic world. And I said, one thing I said is that that's a recipe for disaster. It either can be end up like Disneyland, or you have to do it nicely so that it can be comprehensive. So we use the color white to define the whole campus so that it doesn't look as if it's like a Disneyland. And at the center in Sabajaya, you can see the expression of the threshold, the entrance. And the screens. Screens is actually very important, in this weather, because we live in quite a humid country. We can't live in an air-conditioned space all the time. And that's not being living in tropical country. So screens, this is Masjid Fi Sabilillah. We use screen substantially, to allow for ventilation, light, and prevent water coming in, heat from heating up the space inside. And it works very well. Here in the recycling center, we use used bottles as screens. So it allows air and circulation, so we don't have to air condition it all the time. Here is another example by Excel. Here the screens is put over the building so that it can have shaded area inside, because being hot and humid, it's very difficult to control the climate and the weather inside. Academic science, the screens again are used extensively to prevent, because sometimes we can't control the direction of the building. The buildings, we can't design building facing east or west without any protection from the sun. Zalkis is always it's a German term for designing its spirit of the time. We have to always design something that to reflect the spirit of our time. So if you are now the young generation, when you design, you have to design in the spirit of your time. Yeah. So here we use in the competition entry for the what you call it, the terrace house. This terrace house is to have identity. You can have screen lighted up, and you can control what is on the screen. You can reflect the facade, reflect what you want to express. Not the typical terrace houses where everything is the same it's repeated. Yeah, and define gravity. You can use this form in form making to define. This is in the upside down version of the roof form. In the top floor is also a garden, and you're giving back the space that you have taken with the garden space up onto the roof. And this is the competition that I think we entered on the Bumaraya, defining Malaysian identity. This one did not get through, but I think I kind of like this. Actually, it's trying to become a Malaysian identity in terms of high-rise building, because the competition calls for a 50-story building. This has been statement 50-story building. This did win a commendable award or honorary award in how we use the city of Junjong as reform and also bringing the people from below into the building, people from below dragging them to the building, and also using the crown as a space where you can view outside. And the space is very important. And then you can have rooftop spaces that can can be used and have a view of the whole KL. The future is something that I like. Right now we have to think about the future. Since technology and 2045, the singularity period is coming soon, and technology will be different. We come from a period where a transitional period where pen and pencil and the drafting board was the thing of the day, and the computers was not. Within a few years, less than 10 years, in our office, there's no drafting board anymore. You can't find a drafting board, even throw away or give away a drafting board. It's now all computers. So now we are at a period where computer power or even AI is going to take over many other things, even to the point where a lot of the things like local authorities, admission, structural, and all that calculation of buildings and all that, how to design design a building with your taste, or your approach, and it can be calculated and built. It can reduce the time, but at the same time, it will reduce architects' input because everything is done and we take it for granted that it can be done. So less intervention by the architect. So this is a ziggurat that we were playing around with how to protect KL, with structure that can this is actually right above the Dataran Merdeka, and at ziggurat terraces will also have paddy planted on it, trees planted on it, fruit trees to supply the city with food stuff. Yeah, and then similar, this is by using bamboo canopy and to bring back the foliage into the city center, because in Holland Po in the beginning was just forest. It's nothing until tin. Tin is actually like gold. Not many people know that tin was gold. People come here just for the tin. They destroy everything. There's a book that was even written and saying that when the miners came in, even the graveyards, they take it up because they want the tin and they put the body aside in the 1800s, because the tin is like gold, and many people got rich because of tin. So even the waterfront mall has shape and has changed. You do away from all the traditional elements, but only the principles still there. And reimagine the city skyline. It's actually my as well as competition entry, but actually this is my favorite. This is not, did not win anything, but it says everything that I want to say in one, because they only give one sheet of paper to express what you can reimagine your hometown. Get out of my hometown, but this is how I imagine the city is going to be. We just play around. It's actually a parody of ideas. When you have your mosque and the church and everything up in the roof, and where you have a terrace down within, the landscaping, and below is protected, and then you have all these Tesla cars and Cyber trucks climbing in the bottom and preserving what is already there at the bottom. But this actually was the only winner for that. It did not get the first winner, but the third runners-up. But this for the registered architects. But but this is actually something we worked on just on our spare time. How the city will look like in year 2100 in Pulau Indah. So we have drones. We have 1 kilometer building. We have a drone pod on the top of the hill, and on top of the building, where you can have an autonomous drone pop up, and then you go down. It's a fun project to look at. And also, and this is a long time ago, first colony of Mars. And we did some studies because that time everybody was thinking of going to Mars. And we did a study, and if they are serious to colonize Mars, it will take only 1,000 years to build an environment around it through emission of CO2 onto Mars, so they can be then it can have a layer of protection, and Mars can be livable. 1,000 years is actually, in the scheme of things, a very short time. So, okay, in conclusion, the speakers, I'm glad that all the speakers, we had 4 sessions, starting from Dr. Lim Chongket. He's probably the oldest practicing architect at 90. Well, he's not exactly practicing, but he's still doing some design at 94. And also his partner, Dr. Sri's partner, my old boss as well, Dr. Baharudin, is also still alive. He's the first pioneer of Malaysian architecture. So the idea of having this is to have a conversation, the discourse between all levels of architects, from the oldest to the youngest, and Hawa is probably the youngest at 30-something years old. He's very talented. And also architect Sarly is someone in the category. So, you know, it's because what we learn and we share and we build and experience, we are trying to transform to the younger generation. Even the students here will someday will be facing what we have to face, or even more in the years to come. So, Dr. Sri, architect Dr. Lim Chongket, was the end of architecture and cultural heritage. He was saying that consumerism has already taken over architecture, and he showed some examples of it. And he also mentioned that he doesn't mind if his building is demolished. What he mind if it's been distorted. That means that some of his building he showed that has been distorted, where renovation has been imposed. Similarly, I think the tragedy was the EPF building. Remember, near Federal Highway was completely was a beautiful building, was completely distorted, and it got burned down. And then Dato' Hajida, and he's very famous for his brand of work, and very vocal on his architecture and how to approach identity architecture in Malaysia, both a traditional approach and the modern approach. Lilinte from Veritas, also all 3 of them are also gold medalists. And Lilinte from Veritas is a recent recipient, and a lot of work, and they have done very good work, and has using materials, wood materials, in many of his projects to bring back some of the essence of architecture, identity architecture. And then we had Shafiq, Karun Zaman, one of the younger ones, very talented. Pity that he couldn't be at the sketching event. And Ling Teng Yong, also from UM. He had a long time ago architecture, identity, and the distinct past. He's talking about beyond, talking about the beginning of time, the beginning from Sunda until the Bujang Valley and Legong Valley. So that brings back a lot of the early forms that influence our identity. And Kawa, Senibina Watan, mentioned about food security and the lack of land to supply for the population, to feed the population as an identity. And Huda Bubakar from RSP Architects has a lot of huge projects, especially one recently, Thunder and 118 MACC building, MyTech, and it's also my house meeting for many years. It was brought together, so that's why we cannot be partners. And David Tay has one what's surprising, I have one, a collection of good buildings there over the years. And I know David Tay because I was just as young as most of us here when graduating from LSU. I found myself about 10, 20 years in PAM almost every other day, doing work for PAM. So, know David Tay and Ken Young very well. And I could read architecture, and I think Ken Young introduced green architecture. It was called green. Before that, he called it bioclimatic and ecological architecture. But now it has been shortened to green architecture. But he's been doing that ever since graduating from doing his master's in Cambridge, I think. And then we have Hijjas was very well. I'm glad that he just made his time, because we rarely hear from Hijjas. Although I visited this place for many times, they have a wonderful estate in Rimbo and Dao as a collection and artwork, beautiful place. And architect Sarly from UPM, which I share the same date, when we have about 20 years difference, on 10 years. So whenever I look at Sarly, I think, that was me 10, 20 years ago. And Lucas, I'm glad that you can be here and share your ideas and bamboo. One of the things that there's a lot more, because we've been doing some work together. There's a lot more I think Lucas have done with bamboo and how he's trying to promote bamboo. Because countries like Indonesia and Thailand has gone way ahead from us, and we are just about to start using bamboo. And last, I think this is the second last slide. Recently, we have the sketch jamming session. I think it was very successful. And Dr. Ajida and Hijjas is there, and Zulkaiza and Daste, all jamming together in 2 hours to produce marvelous artwork. It's actually, if anyone wants to see it, it's actually at the exhibition hall. It's wonderful collection of on-the-spot painting session. And I'd like to know what's next. Okay. What's next? I think what I have to do is, well, what we have done in the last month or so is producing a monograph on all the ideas that it's talking about identity architecture. I don't know what to do with it, but I will all record it down. And is it principle or guidelines? You have to be careful on that. The principle will give you a broader idea how allow you broader ways to look at identity architecture rather than guidelines. Guidelines is just like you have to have a heart, you have to have Malay bumbung, you have to have a lot of these items to be defined as identity architecture. A forum, as an exemplary built forum to inspire others. Is a forum to discuss this further. I don't know when the guidelines are going to come up, or is it going to come out at all. I'm very fearful of what they're going to say, and if they say something and it has to be taken down to local authority, then I think a lot of us will probably try to avoid it. And continuous dialogue from time to time is one way, so that to keep it alive and preventing others from dictating as what identity architecture ought to be. And the lastly is, do we still need Malaysian identity architecture if what we know that what's going to happen in the future? I think the jury is still out. And many, many years from now, not many, I think in 70 years, 50, 70 years, we probably will get the answer. And the next generation that we have now will experience this, what we have been through. And with technology coming in, and I think architects already did have a previous conversation saying that we have to embrace technology. We can't fight technology, especially when it comes to AI. And this is, I just discovered this in BEP 100. When they turned 100, they did a really nice book. But there's an article, I think, written by, I think, if not mistaken, Kampachon, that's saying that this matter has been discussed as early as 1953, and about Malayan architecture. And one of the Masaleh there was saying that what about Malayan architecture? There's no country at that particular time named Malaya. There's no country at that time. So what identity is that? And it says that Francis Bailey noted that we are ignoring the fact that architecture is essentially a social art. So it cannot be divorced from society. There was never a Malayan form of architecture because originally there was no Malayan nation. This is his opinion. A new nation has still to be subjected to outside interference. So this is the impose or manufacture identity has been done during the colonial period. Although some of them have done very well, but it's still manufacture and identity. And that's, I think, last slide. I think each generation its biography, writes its biography and its buildings it creates by Louis Mumford. Mumford is a historian in urban design and in urban and city planning. So the new generation will come soon, and they will write over their biography of what the future architecture is going to be. Hopefully, they will do better than what we have done. And I think as we fade away into the sunset, we can only wish that others can take away from people, pick up from what we left off. Okay, with that, I'd like to thank you, and I'd like to thank UPM for graciously holding this lecture series and also the exhibition over this period of time. It has been 1 year in the making until we reached this point. And exhibition is still on until next month. And hopefully others will also come in and participate in the university bid, APM or UN. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Thank you for the concise conclusion with an interesting narrative regarding the everlasting lessons that mold our Malaysian identity. Again, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you, Azim, as architect, for making this event as an eye-opener to the Malaysian architects towards our Malaysian architecture identity. So due to the limited of time that we have left, so I think we're going to continue with the moderation session, only 10 minutes, and maybe we can allow only 2 questions. So we would love to invite all the speakers to the front. Hijjas, Sarly, Azim,
5 minutes. 5 minutes. Oh yeah.
I would love to open the floor.
Yeah.
We have questions.
So for you have to go back and define where you come from before we start.
Very well structured.
Okay, 5 minutes. Thank you.
My name is Dr. Sharita. I'm So for these 4 sessions, I've been doing for the 4 sessions. So it's really an eye-opening to see all of you, and also I sessions for the past 4 weeks. So my question is, for this past 4 sessions, we have heard all the architects' point of view. What I want to know is, how is the school of architecture view? Because they have main course and we have from that. Maybe I think all of you need to become a general one of the new how the school of architecture playing this narrative, the student has to decide that. Maybe we start with Sarly.
Thank you. Teresa, I think very pertinent question. I'm like a social butterfly with all the schools I go the grades, like even UPM grades, YTM, especially the final year, because that final year is the most critical year for thesis, right? So I see that the idea of heritage and identity is very important. Like in we have a lab called the Heritage and Conservation Lab, which specifically looks at the idea of so the whole conversation about having national identity is ongoing. Of course, it's very difficult. As I mentioned, that's why I tried to present today a different point of view, because it's very difficult to have an identity when you don't know.
Want me to answer? I already given you some ideas in this question whether that's relevant. That's important. If it's relevant, you want an identity in architecture, then you search for it. It's nothing impossible. It's a question of your spirit, your mind, your willingness, what you want. If you are happy as it is alone, so be it. So what does it mean if you're happy with it? You will lose your identity. If that's what you want, then fine. If you don't, then you got to look. We have the greatest opportunity in this world to bring 3 great ethnic groups together and find new architects. Not many countries could do that. We have the springboard, more or less, of 3 great cultural races, to bring new one. What does it mean? It becomes new together. Something's new. The others in the world, as you know, you learn the history of architecture, they go on from time to time, ended up with democracy in architecture, our house, and whatever philosophy they want. So what is today in the world of architecture? One of the world architecture, they don't follow culture anymore. They don't have that. What they have is signatory architecture. You have signatory architecture as big as any fantastic frame and so you do have that. Zaha Hadid just died. What is she? Signature architecture. Is that what you want? Then you have to follow that to become the world architect. Or is it you want this country to thrive and have? Because we have fantastic culture. You name it, there's nothing in the world is better than Malaysia. Our food, our courtesy, our custom. You go to the Western world, they are so fantastic. They're so aggressive. We are here, all this culture of ours, we should preserve it. Something special. Where in the world, when you go somewhere to visit your friends at any time, just drop them. And then when they happen to eat something, they will invite you to eat. No other country will allow you. Even the best of the Eastern countries like Japan and Korea, they have lost it. We still have beautiful culture. Not only that, food, the custom, many other things, the climate, name it. You want to destroy it or you want to preserve it? It's up to you.
I think just to add to, I think most importantly, we have to agree on the definition of is it Malay architecture or is it Malaysian identity architecture or architecture identity? That definition was never clear, and also never been agreed in any party. So that's very dangerous because then people have their own interpretation of what is Malaysian. If that definition is gone, and also rather than having guidelines, really worried about the extent of using that language, they should just work on principles. And you have to set principles. Then now is make room for us designers to interpret that principles rather than being imposed. You have to do this. That's it. Like architecture is that just put your drawer and just stick up. On what the proof has been done as an identity. I think it should not have that because we have to progress through the years to come.
I'd like to continue that again because it's very important. I already showed to you that there was Malay architecture and Malaysian architecture with the Chinese and Indian type, except we were not given to evolve and to progress because of the intervention of the British colonists imposing their value. We already had it. So today, if you want Malaysian architecture, you must respect the other. You cannot say East Malay. Malay has become Christian. We become Malaysian. We accepted that our independence is. So if you say what is going to be that, it should reflect that three races. If we thought that, it would not be accepted. Okay. Then find yourself why it is not accepted today, why they don't progress it. They did it only for public bidding, not for private bidding. Simple. It's not incentive. What should the other people do it? Whatever they say it takes too long to research it. It got to be costly. It got to take time, and he says that perhaps the authority also don't understand what is Malaysian architecture. So what's the point of that? It's not incentive. So you just don't say, putting in a program and say you're going to follow this. No, you must understand. You always must find out the solution how to resolve. Otherwise, we'll be talking about all the time. Nothing. To me, very simple. Give them incentive. You tell the developer, you do with reflects Malaysian architecture in manner form. I give you an extra plot ratio 1. You think the developer will not do it? They won't. Simple. You are searching for an answer. That's the answer. It doesn't cost the authority any more money. But I tell you, they will do it. They will find people to do it. Isn't that simple? Why are we transgressing, shall we talk about it, go about it? Very simple. I always find solution. If you give me any problem, I'll find a solution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so you again, we have the end session. But before that, I would like for all the speakers to have 15 seconds. Take away. What is perpetual identity?
I think start with crackling.
Yeah, hi everyone, we're way beyond time, but I'm going to keep this very short. I think to me, sustainability is one of those things where it doesn't matter which trends are around, sustainability is inevitable. And so just kind of touching on that question earlier, the academics' role in helping students and the architects of tomorrow anchor their identity should really help them explore materials in a whole different way. Explore materials that will be relevant tomorrow. And so I hope Bamboo offers an avenue, but it really doesn't have to end with bamboo. There are things like psyllium and all other different materials that can make a major difference in terms of us pushing civilization forward.
Right, at 50 seconds, I'll say that, I'm glad that this happened, and it actually was, I hope that it started a conversation on identity architecture, and it doesn't end here. We continue until we get the right answer. And that's all, and I hope others can pick up from here as well.
Second, Hijjas.
As you know, I'm very passionate about this. And sometimes I'm very interested. Everyone have their own one. Brands here or promoting them. Of course, architects, material is the most important thing for us. Of course, we are talking about bamboo. Don't have to do that. We talk many things. What is important is what's going to be tomorrow. What's going to be today, what's going to be. That is passive. That's in our academic role, we study all of it. We study all about material. Everyone. It's about construction. How many types of construction in the world? The new technology, the latest technology. We read about it. We find it. We adopt it. So good things about European India, very good in invention. But it is still us, our jiwa. What is our jiwa? Our spirit. Where is it? In the end, that's what it is. Because tomorrow, changing world. You know what? The greatest thing about tomorrow, the architecture will be changed altogether. Whether bamboo can be used or not, I don't know. When you have a flying car. When you have a flying car, the architecture will be completely destroyed. And a new form is coming in. How do you park this flying car? How do you park this flying car? You don't need roads anymore. That's the greatest challenge of tomorrow. If you really want to know about tomorrow, car has changed us, but car has not changed itself. For 150 years, car is still four wheels. Same thing. Only the sophistication. With the car, the architecture has changed. You change that into flying car, you mark my word. Architecture will be changed altogether. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hijjas. For me, architecture is a reflection of civilization. It's a reflection of societal consensus. So it's time that we look in deeply within us. What is our view of identity? Because at the end of the day, during Azim's lecture just now, he was giving a lot of historical facts, and he was saying that as you know, and I know that most of the students don't know, because history is not taught in school nowadays. So yes, we can be Malaysian, but what does it mean to be Malaysian? So that is a key question. If you don't know who you are, how can you answer what your identity is? So I leave you on that.
Yes.
Thank you very much. We applause to all four speakers. So as we bring this session home, let us carry forward the knowledge and inspiration from our recent series talks. So then, may your design choices reflect your true self, and may your perpetual identity continue to evolve and shine brightly. So thank you very much and farewell now. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rushdina. Thank you for all the panels, and thank you for all those who are still around. I know it's challenging to sit in this room for this hall for 3.5 hours. Yes, I did the calculation. All right, now we have come to the other part, the niceties we have to do when we have a problem in such. Presenting the token appreciation for our speakers. I would like to call upon Architect Zulkaiza to and Azim and Architect Azim as well to present the token of appreciation to our speakers. First of all, our first speaker. Okay, Lucas Lu, thank you very much. Photo, please. Don't worry, meals are provided. Lunch is provided. Next, we'd like to call upon Architect Sarly.
Boleh salam sekarang.
And last but not least, our celebrity guest today, Hijjas Kasturi.
Thank you.
And also our anchor for today's event, Architect Rushdina. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Okay, that we end our session for the forum. Now we still have something to do. Group photo as usual. Yeah. So how do we do this?
Just sit down.
Berdiri boleh. Berdiri kat tengah sini boleh. Tinggi. So you can have another row there. Ya kan?
Hold on, yeah.
Thank you.